I'm doing good, man. Here we are, right? Two casters. We weren't even originally supposed to be here, G, but as the fate would determine, they needed some heroes, and here we are. Aiko, iNQuirky, both from North America, both from the same home, here to provide you some amazing commentary. And guys, before we get a lot of things under the way, major shout out to production, major shout out to the community. We love you guys. It's been such a blast. And major shout out to Siberia Studios, who made this all possible. They've been organizing these type of events all throughout the region, and we're blessed to be a part of their overall game plan. And man, I can't wait to get things underway.
Exactly. It's going to be a really amazing day. There's a couple things that are going to be coming down. Of course, we're going to have the third place match, best of 3 of DV Deus Vult versus Fire Flux Impunity, which is going to be definitely a crazy outcome. Both teams were actually, they fought and did everything they possibly could to hold on, but they're here now. Deku, do you want to take over the schedule?
Absolutely, Aiko. Would it be a greater pleasure? Like you said already, we're starting out today with a third place match between Deus Vult and Fire Flux Impunity, two teams looking to reclaim just a little bit more of the glory here from Phygital Games. And then the main event, the reason I believe most of you will be with us today, Falcon Esports from Myanmar taking on the Mongolian Warriors, Team Lilgun, who's been creating ripples in the community. G, I don't know if you've been keeping up with them, but they kind of hit IESF Asia, made a big shockwave, and now they're here with Phygital Games, man. Any thoughts on this team?
All I know is that every time I try to look up any information on them, I couldn't get anything. Like, you know, Wikipedia is not there. There's just no information for this team. And I mean, I seen them play last night against Fimp, and my God, they definitely showed out. And you know, Fimp got one win, but hey, that's how it is. We can kind of see the bracket here again. Like I said, last night it was Lilgun versus Fire Flux Impunity. 2-1. They took one on them, but they still weren't able to seal the deal. Fire Flux Impunity, but Team Lilgun made it out to be able to go against Falcon Esports in the finals. And as well as you can see, Falcon went against Deus Vult there, and they also went 2-1. So it's a best of 3 in both semifinal matches, and I couldn't have asked for a better game, a better 2 games to be able to cast.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, speaking on both of those, so for Deus Vult, right, and Team Lilgun, really all the teams that are going to be participating today, they had to take that full series. So not a lot of slack, not a lot of rest there. They had to really dig deep, and today it's going to be a little longer. Obviously, for the third place, we'll still have the best of 3, so not too unfamiliar, but for the grand finals, it's a best of 5, and we know how going the distance can break or make a lot of these teams. So I'm really excited to see where the mental fortitude, the mental capabilities of these teams are, man. And that Mongolian Warrior, Mongolian Warrior team you were talking about, Team Lilgun, not a lot of information, but I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is the exact same roster that they took to IESF Asia, where they kind of brought their name to the forefront. So we're kind of seeing that now being progressing, spilling over in other events like today for the Phygital Games Tournament. So it's very exciting to see how they've been doing. Man, they made it all the way to the grand finals. So it's going to be amazing to see how they do today.
Definitely. I mean, it's Team Lilgun. I mean, they fought it out. I mean, since I didn't find any information on them, I was kind of like, maybe these are the dark horse, you know, like they just came out of nowhere. And I was like, okay, so this is something I'm building upon. And I was like, man, now they're about to be going against Falcon Esports, which Falcon Esports would be like a whole new team. They're not even the original Falcon Esports from M4 that I met. So, but hey, that's our grand finals match right now. Coming up, if I'm not mistaken, next is going to be Deus Vult versus Fire Flux Impunity, like we've seen on the schedule. So, kind of talking about these two. You know, Deuce Volt's kind of, they captured me, you know, as a caster. I was looking at them. They always come into the stage, you know, shoulder to shoulder. And not only do they take that shoulder to shoulder from outside the game, they bring that inside the game, and they're always fighting together. So just to see how they take something from outside the game and bring it in is definitely, I enjoy it. We'll probably end up hopefully seeing their walk-in at some point, and if they're not shoulder to shoulder, I'm gonna be disappointed.
Don't want the caster curse at this point be proving you wrong. But speaking of walking in, I think maybe we're starting to get underway. We're going to get to see Deuce Vult hit that stage momentarily in just a second. So, G, we're going to see if you're right on this one about the whole shoulder to shoulder. And there they are, the camaraderie, the brotherhood, straight to the stage, the locomotive that is DV, as you like to call them, Deuce Vult, the home team, the fan favorite. But they have a tough one, G, the Aiko. They got to go up against Flux Impunity. I know we've been talking a lot about Deuce Volts, but we cannot proceed to this match without talking about the other side. Flux Impunity, man. They are a very strange team, but it's so good the way they make it work, man. Those oddball teams, you got to keep your eyes on them, G.
Bam, as they are coming on the stage, Flux Impunity, you can see they always come in just relaxed, chilled. It's always the fourth player there that's always waving to the crowd, but everybody else is just, you know, they're there committed to be in a competitive competition. But also, I'm not quite sure if you knew, Deku, but Flux Impunity is a mixture of another team that I met and M4, which I'm blanking on right now, but I will tell you here in a second. It was Incendio Supremacy.
Oh, yeah, that does ring a bell. Okay, yeah, I was wondering why some of these names seem a little familiar, but also out of place at the same time. But speaking of names, speaking of teams being in place, Deuce Vult on the screen here, ladies and gentlemen, the roster for the team here: Sawu, Magister, Q1, Sunset Lover, and Wiser. We got to see these teams in action yesterday. I got the cast over these teams in action yesterday, and Magister put on a show with that Lancelot of his. Definitely some exciting gameplay from him. I'm expecting great things from him, especially from players like Q1G. You were here for day one. You were also here for day three, I believe. What is your take on some of these players? Anyone standing out for you?
I mean, to be honest, Sunshine definitely standing out in the gold lane. Rosa as well in the mid. Rosa's also, from what I've heard, is possibly the one doing the draft as well. So in Flux Impunity, definitely those two are kind of standing out to me. But like I was saying, if I'm not mistaken, Alien and Rosa were from from Incendio Supremacy that I actually did meet and at M4, and I think maybe a couple of the others were as well, but I didn't see too many of them as well. So seeing them actually on the pro stage, like I was suspecting that they might have made it to the finals after taking one on Little Gun. But now that we're in the third place match, I do think that DV has a little bit of a challenge, because you are fighting some people that made it pretty far at M4, but now into the Phygital Games, they're into the third place match. So these two teams are going to be duking it out. They have talent from multiple aptitudes on one side, and then DV showed out and shows me what they know how to bring to the battlefield.
Absolutely, man. And looking at them, there's the rosters from both sides right on your screen. You can really match them up now. And I'm so interested on what we're going to get, especially in that mid lane matchup between Rosa and Sunset Lover. And even in the gold lane matchup, Sunshine versus Wiser. You know, that's so crazy. So we got Sunshine up against Sunset. You know what, G? That's a matchup that sounds like it was fated to happen right there.
Sunset versus Sunshine. I mean, hey, it was fated. It was fated. I mean, I love it. I love it. Let's see what you can bring to the battlefield, Deku, when these two are fighting.
Absolutely. And before we get to the fight, you know the most important step in a lot of people's eyes is right here, the draft. In between both of these teams, we're just starting to get underway, man. And like I said, I'm very excited to see what a team like Flux Impunity can bring up. And as you've mentioned, maybe Rosa, as you kind of hinted that they're kind of the mastermind, the man with the plan for the team to take on Deus Vult here. And right off the gate, they're going to get rid of the annoying support, the Angela G. How have you been feeling about this rise of the healers, and especially Angela in the meta right now?
Well, I mean, Angela definitely the most banned hero in this tournament at this point, being their 24 bans. Only being able to play it 5 times. Definitely, it's a hero you don't want to see on the battlefield, and it was the only time Flux Impunity actually took a win on Lilgun is when Angela was out on the playing field. So that right there shows me why that is such a priority ban in these tournaments that we're seeing. Again, coming alongside the Joy was about the 6th most banned hero, so I can understand the Joy coming out of there. I don't know if I've seen either team actually pull out the Joy, but the Joy did come out at least once last night, where she was in the jungle. Now, Flux Impunity is targeting a lot on assassins here, and if I'm not mistaken, I think that's because DV can play them really well.
Yeah, I mean, Magister, like I said, that Lance, he's absolutely a master of it. I believe War Barbie informed me he had about 3,000 games of the Lancelot. So just imagine having to deal with someone having that much experience. And if they can play the Lance, they can probably play the other L, which is the Ling, and maybe some other assassins as well. As Fanny they ban out the Fanny themselves. So a lot of the assassins are off the board here. Both teams showing respect to the capabilities of the junglers. Now, G, you mentioned some of these percents for the statistics, right, on the bans, the picks. One of the picks that are still on the board that has been the most utilized here is the Uranus. Compared with the Angela. The #1 pick, he has not been banned out. They've used a lot of these bans for assassins. Do we see him get picked up even without the Angela right now?
100%. I mean, if and it's crazy right now that I'm seeing a Yve instead of a Uranus, because DV has constantly been first picking the Uranus, which kind of goes to show me that maybe they're trying to plan something up here with picking up the Yve first versus anything else at that point. Now that's going to set up Flux Impunity to pick up maybe the Uranus. Maybe they actually pick up the Uranus and the Valentina here, because both of those would be solid second picks.
You know, I'm also kind of leaning into it for sure, the Uranus, but what about maybe the Claude getting picked up on it? A lot of the teams have been picking up Claude on that swing back, right, for the second rotation. We know it plays well into the Eve, and you're going to need something to deal with it because the Eve has been performing pretty decently out of the 10 appearances, but you called it, G, the Uranus and Valentina combination. 2 for 2 for you over there from Flux Impunity, the caster's blessing. But the Eve, right, it's been out of its 10 appearances, it's got 6 wins, so it's sitting on a nice 60% win rate, so it definitely needs some answers, and I feel like this Valentina, as well as something like the Claude, is a great answer to it. You're able to steal it. Now, let's see if maybe they can pull something to shut it down. Maybe we could see a Kaja down the line, or maybe even a Franco, some suppression to deny it while they get to utilize it.
And some like fun facts here. I'm kind of again building off of the stats that we're seeing here. When Uranus is first picked, his win percentage is only 20%, but when he's second picked, it's 50%. So nice. I think maybe being the second pick is where you want that Uranus, but we see something I seen banned out a lot yesterday, but I was kind of confused about it. But Solo picking up a Selena.
And this is another one of their comforts, kind of how we were talking about the Lance being one of those. Well, Sawu used to be a menace on the Selena. I actually think on one of the rosters, I forgot exactly the name of the title. I don't believe it was still Deus Vult, or it may have been, but even in the M series, was utilizing this Selena and causing damage. So not surprised at all that it gets paired up here and going to be going to that position 5 spot for the side of Deus Vult. They're definitely leaning into the comforts. But speaking of things being leaned into, the Boxia, it's been rising up in this healer-centric meta, and I'm honestly a fan of it, and TNZ picking it up for the side of Flux Impunity. We could see some great counterplay come into fruition here in this match.
No, exactly. And the Boxia is such a great pick just because it's going to handle a lot of that sustainability that if they throw the Fredrin into the jungle and he has to face that, then it's going to be a menace. And even they could have opted to go with the Fredrin into the side lane and EXP and opted to go for the Boxia themselves, but I'm not quite sure if that combo would have had enough damage for the team. But they're definitely building that strong front line that you definitely need for Sunset Lover to you know, soar high with this Yve.
Absolutely, G. And right now, we're starting to finalize some of these bans up for the second phase. And Natalia gets taken off the board. Very interesting bans, very specific as well towards the side of Fire, Flux, Impunity. And I like that they got rid of it because when you're talking about opening up the Selene for position 5, now you allow the other team to kind of get creative as well. They know you don't have massive set potential. So far from the side of Deuce Vult, there's absolutely no set potential. They're going to have to maybe look to gather some up later on in the draft. But the Natalia is something they can open up to match the pressure that Selena has to offer. Now, I am a bit surprised, though, that it got banned out just because Selena, I feel like, has counterplay potential to Natalia. You can put those traps into those usual bushes that Natalia likes to go. I know whenever I play into it, they like to go through and go into the traps, and it becomes a bit of an issue. But you get this, something I was talking about, the fact that Deuce Vult doesn't have any set potential, they're going to have to draft some. Fireflux Impunity will deny the Terizla pick, something that has also been very popular in the professional scene.
Now, there's something that I haven't seen just yet, and it's probably, there it was. I was about to talk about it. The Kaja was literally the only thing I could suspect that maybe Fimp was trying to pick up as maybe a tank here. So, again, with the Kaja down, I mean, there's only a couple of opportunities for them to have set potentials here at this point, which means that maybe someone might be picking up the Grok here. And again, like you were saying, the Claude is still wide open, and there it goes.
So there we go. We're nailing these picks, man. I probably would have got that Kaja pick as well that I was talking about earlier, but they go ahead and banned it out. We're going to see. So like you were saying, though, moving aside from that, they do need that position 5 still locked in, as Deuce Vult will now be looking to finalize their last 2 picks of the draft. And they're locking in a Phygital here. Very interesting, but it's starting to become the usual. And it's so crazy because Esmeralda's still on the board, but it seems to me the matchup now for teams when Uranus is picked up is no longer the Esmeralda, it's now the Phygital. And a lot of things go into it, and most of it happens to be the mobility. Normally when we see the Phygital matchup now, they take the agility talent, they take the quantum charge, they take sprint, right, to be able to outmaneuver, out-rotate the Uranus. It's kind of the same way, but it's a different way to play it. It's now, you can cut the waves all you want to, but I'm going to beat you to every single location you want to be at and make the plays first. And I think it's been a great idea. I definitely enjoy watching it more than seeing Uranus and Esme hug each other in lane all day.
It's definitely better than having 2 Titans that are unstoppable just duking it out. And not only that, also Fredrins in the jungle have been picking up that same aspect as well. That quantum charge has been a favorite pick among a lot, but picking up a Mensa, that is their set potential right there for their team. Fimp is looking really good. Now going to DV, it's gonna be very specific for this team. They're gonna have to really rely on Sao and Sunset Lever, and then was it QLET to be able to make those knock up and those slow suppressions to be able to capitalize on their build.
And, that Minotaur pick, I think it's so good for a lot of reasons, right? Obviously, you get some of that AoE control. It's the biggest AoE CC in the game available, courtesy of the Minoan Fury. But also, when you're looking at Deuce Vult, they're looking for the all-ins. You got the Phygital looking for the knockout strikes. You're looking to follow up with some of those abyssal arrows. Fredrin is obviously trying to apply the walking petrify effect, as I like to call him, with all that CC. But the Minotaur offers in so much disengage. But speaking of engagements, we're getting right into the match G, the Aiko. This is game 1 for the 3rd place matchup in between Deuce Vult and Fire, Flux, Impunity. What could be better? We love it. This is esports. This is what we've been waiting on.
Definitely what we've been waiting on. And I mean, both teams, we can already see Alien kind of giving some heavy pressure against DV here. And they're responding. I love it when they respond. And this is kind of what you were saying, right? The Phygital has that quantum charge. They're trying to out-rotate Uranus, but I've seen Alien on this Uranus, and it's going to be nasty. And those abyssal arrows are going to be a key factor for Sao. So, but looking at the audience prediction, it is 83% DV, 17% FIMP.
Well, that's that fan favorite home crowd advantage I was talking about, man. Clearly no love for Fire, Flux, Impunity, but luckily for them, games aren't won on paper. They're won in between the lines, or more specifically when it comes to the MOBA genre, in the lanes. And that's exactly what Fire, Flux, Impunity is going to look to match up on. Now, something very interesting, Fire, Flux, Impunity is playing very aggressive. We saw Apex 47 check over on that purple buff. I was very surprised that they crossed over the river that earlier, but we also saw TNZ taking that opportunity to steal a couple small creeps as well.
Yeah, I mean, you got to take those opportunities when they're definitely given, and then getting all of the amount of vision that you can possibly get is what you need to do here. As you can see, the team is kind of sectioning off the map. Fimp wants to surround this turtle as much as possible and put a little bit of pressure on the Q-Lit there. Now looking at the mid lane though,
Apex 47, he's going to get pressured, gets the flicker force, and Sabu will find the first blood. But while that's happening, Fireflux Impunity will pick up the turtle, but I don't know, G. I feel like that kill is going to be a lot more detrimental, especially since they don't have an additional set tank right now on the map.
Yeah, I mean, take it again early on. It's not super crazy that the tank falls. It's probably the only hero that you want to fall in your lineup in the early, but when it does, that it still puts you just a tad bit behind. Look at the camaraderie, the emotes and the TPs coming out, and they're paying for it.
Speaking of paying for it, Q1, he's in a bad position. Alien taking him to area 51. He's going to put him in the restricted zone. And now look at TNZ with the spinning wheel. He's looking to make the play. And they find the kill on Sawu. So a kill, 2 kills picked up by the side of Fireflux Impunity as the Blaze Nuit goes out by Sunshine. Wiser will stay alive, but clearly Impunity bringing the pressure early, G.
Yeah, Wiser getting a little bit of pressure, you know, from Sunshine, but not crazy. Right now, the first turtle, if I'm not mistaken, I didn't even see it go down. Uh-oh.
Minoan Fury drops down. I'm not sure what the call there was from Magistor jumping into the river, but now here comes Alien making his rotation. He's going to beat out Phygital. That's not what you want to see, especially with them having the quantum charge and all those dashes to get across the map. And look at TNZ soloing Wiser. He's going to force the flicker. No escape. No way to survive. He's low HP. I don't think he can come hold this gold lane, but look at this Magistor looking to provide some assistance with Sabu caught out in the midst of it. Real world manipulation will drop down courtesy of the IMU Big Minutes Rage, but it won't do too much. Sabu might be able to escape. It's a bit of a split screen action going on as the Prager Wrath will drop down on top of TNZ, but he won't find the kill. But Rosa on the chase would not let Sawu go, and they will pick up the kill uncontested, but ain't gone. May not be over. Alien again on the rotation with Q1, both EXP laners in foreign territory as the turtle spawns in, G.
I don't know what DV did to Fimp, but my God, Fimp is angry at this point. They're just taking it to him, and every opportunity, they're just hitting everything, and then they reset the turtle. I don't know if that was intentional, but interesting play. Sao is going to have a really tough time, though, to be honest, taking out some of these key players onto Fireflux Impunity. They're dealing with a slippery Claude, a thick like cow, and then a roly-poly. What are they gonna do here, Deku?
You know, I don't know exactly what they're going to have to do to be able to make this work. It doesn't seem like things are going in their favor. Even in the matchup in the top side, we see Q1 has been getting pressured. He's been getting put on the poster, especially Alien striking the first kill in that 1v1 matchup. But gee, something that caught my attention, man, it's been bothering me. Alien is running the focusing mark on this Uranus. He's not using the typical brave smite that we see from him. But speaking of things, we're seeing the W real world manipulation, but reality will set in for one of these mages as Sunset Lever will fall, but Rosa will go down as well. Both mid laners out of the picture. Here comes an abyssal arrow. It's going to miss the mark, but the fight's not done. Paquito trying to make a play, but look at the Minoan Fury finds the knockup, and Alien will find the kill facilitated there by Apex 47.
I love how they just do these crazy engages. Alien still giving a bunch of pressure, and Weiser gonna fall next. Sunshine being able to take that, and then like now they're gonna easily take this turret. They are just putting it down onto DV at this point. And I mean, again, this is where I think DV shines, though. So we can't count them out just yet. When a tower goes down, they bring in their superpowers, and their superpower is being together as a team. They will start teaming up, and you're going to be seeing these crazy 5-man jumps soon. And looks like QLED might be in trouble.
Speaking of jumps, Apex 47 going to jump into things here. Q1 definitely is in trouble, gets hit by the Terrify. He won't make it to the Cyclone, going for the knockout strike. Look at the sustain after picking up the Bloodlust Axe, able to let him escape. But hang on, not if TNZ has something to say about it. Might interrupt it. Apex 47 still holding on, doesn't have the ultimate to use as the Blazing Whip goes out. But Turtle up for grabs, and Fireflux Impunity will hold control of the river. TNZ doing a lot of damage here, but you see Magister wants to go for the contest. Both junglers ready, but Magister is down a level. Aiko, it can't be underestimated. The Minoan Fury will go down, but will miss the mark. Someone needs to help him out. TNZ will win the 50-50. Fireflux Impunity hasn't missed the mark in most things here so far. But speaking of not missing the mark, Alien bit off a little bit more than he could chew. Shut down for Weiser.
What in the world was Alien doing all the way back there? He didn't even catch the cutoff on the lane, and then he loses his life at that. So a little bit of a bad micro play there, but I mean it was 3-1. So now that's he's not going to be gaining, and it's going to be a little bit rough on him as we see Q1 kind of zoning and just getting so much vision on the left side of the map. The towers are about even at this point, so I want to see what they kind of do. But Weiser in trouble.
Whoa. And the Turtle's poison. He's looking to deal a bunch of damage, man, for a tank. Is this fair? Is this legal? As Fireflux Impunity will join up into the fight. Alien caught up by a bit of CC as the Abyssal Arrow landed behind him on Apex 47. But it looks like they're going to go for the disengage. But on the top side of the map, though, Sunshine looking to potentially find a tower, but not if Q1 has something to say about it.
Yeah, and this is what I was saying. I do like Fimp's take on this. They backed away the moment they seen all of DV in that mid lane, and that's kind of what happens. They're kind of waiting on Saw to make a play here to get someone, but the retry on Q1.
Oh man, but the Abyssal Arrow will help him sustain. Rosa will have to flicker out. Minoan Fury from Apex 47, 3-man knockup. RWM from Sunset Lover, but look at Claude into the back line with the Blazing Duet. Rosa will find Sunset in the 1v1 in between Sunshine and Weiser. Well, there's the real Sunset as he takes him down. 3 kills unanswered into the tower. Alien won't let go. Someone stop that man. Now he's looking for the escape. Q1 doesn't have the damage to take him down. He's a man stranded, the last man standing, trying to defend, uses a knockout strike to clear the way, but it's a whole another one moving in. G, he's gonna have to give that up. He's gonna have to back away, and Fireflux Impunity should be able to clear this out, but no, Q1, another knockout strike. He will defend the tower, G.
Alien is like, this is my land at dawn. I will roam anywhere I want, no matter if it's an enemy tower. And I mean, just seeing that alone, kind of looking at some of the items, there's no anti-heal onto DV at this point. That is probably something you should have built a little earlier in the series for Q1, and that could be one of the downfalls of their team. But when they get into it here, again, I still think that their teamwork, it might be able to scale. They really need to let Weiser get online. And while we're looking at that, Alien's kind of already online. So they just really need to be patient here.
They absolutely do. And, you know, G, it's a very hard situation that Deus Vult has found themselves in. They didn't meet a lot of the conditions for the early game with the Selena, with this Phygital, and with the Fredgen. And now TNZ doing a great job of zoning them out. Apex 47 will come help as well, as they will secure the tier 2 down on the bot side. Menace Rage will go out to clear out most of that wave. It's nothing but a cannon minion left. It will be cleared out, and Flux Impunity has nothing else to push with, but that's up until the Lord gets there in the top side. Deus Vult gonna have to make a decision here on what they want to defend, and they're going to give up that tier 2 in the mid lane. There's not much they can do about it. Everyone will start to focus in onto the top side, but the real world manipulation will drop down to withstand against the siege. Abyssal Arrow goes out and connects to Apex 47. Lord has been cleared. A nice energy eruption onto Alien. It'll drop him low, but he'll be able to escape here, G.
That was an amazing defense by DV. They just got to keep this up just to come on a little bit longer. They do have the Boxy is on Fimp's side. Now, they have to watch out for that because it has the split lane potential, and really the only fast person on the team is Q1. So it's going to all be up to Q1 on being able to clear some of these fast lanes and get back into the engage as fast as possible. But they have to watch out not only for the Basha by TNZ, they have to watch out for Alien. He's also just floating along in the rivers and just going to every side lane.
That's right. And speaking of the side lanes, look at the pressure Flux Impunity has right now. Everything in their control. Nothing really Deus Vult can do as far as lane a priority here. It's hard to beat out Alien on the side lane. You can basically chuck that up as a loss. And on the split side, you have Sunshine pushing with this Claude. It's not easy for them to match up. Deus Vult is literally waiting for mistakes. They're looking to capitalize, whether it comes from a good arrow, maybe a good counter engaged with the real world manipulation. Not a lot of things for them to work with, but that is what the case when you're not able to meet those win conditions early on, like we were talking about, G. Now they're playing to the mercy of Flux Impunity. The late game is theirs, and Deus Vult is just living in their world.
No, exactly. I mean, but the game is still going on, and they're holding their own. No Lord take just yet, as it does look like that DV wants to approach and maybe contest this Lord against Fimp. But we'll see. This is one thing that I've seen from other regions, is that in this series, they know how to wait and bait and, you know, just drill down the other team, get as much HP off of the other team before even attempting the Lord, and you see it. It's a rubber band match.
It absolutely is. And G, you were talking about they want to contest. Now, I don't know about you. I'm not sure if you think they're ready, but it seems like Deus Vult feels as if they're ready. Maybe not a better time than now. Obviously, without the Lord, it's nothing more than a slow death awaiting them, especially with this being a Luminous Lord. Arrow connects from Saw Wu, but it is on Apex 47, so not much to commit on there. I'm wondering, should they force the fight maybe onto Apex 47, maybe get the Minoan Fury out the way? And it looks like they will. He gets caught by the stun. Saw Wu, Wiser. The synergy, they connect. Now the Minoan Fury is out of the way, G, and this is exactly what I was talking about here.
This is what DV needs, the breathing room. If they can secure this Lord, they'll have the potential to be able to come back here and put something onto Fimp.
Speaking of putting things on, Fimp looking for the 1v1. Sunshine will take down Sunset. No brightness over here, baby. But now Deus Vult down a mage, but they still have Saw Wu here, and they still have Wiser, so things still able to work out for them. TNZ, though, working on the Lord patiently. He has reset it. Both teams jockeying for mid lane prio. Both waves will be cleared out here, G.
Yeah, and again, now we thought it was kind of leading towards DV getting this Lord, but now it's back to Fimp. Again, this is how the teams kind of just go back and forth when it comes to Lord takes. They're trying to bait out each other, but I thought DV was going to really be able to secure the Lord with taking out Apex so early, but now it looks like Flux Impunity has the lead and took the breathing room away once again.
Well, it had a lot to do with that side lane pressure we were talking about earlier. Sunshine, the whole time that was going on, right, using the mobility from Claude, pressuring down bot side, forcing responses, and then after he does it, Alien starts shoving up in the top side. So Deuce Vult just put in between a rock and a hard place, and they lose out due to their own indecisiveness on what they wanted to do. But of course, Fireflux Impunity, not waiting for an invitation, pick up the Luminous Lord, and now it's marching down the top side. Gee, this could be the final parade here inside of Deuce Vult City.
Now, DV has one of the best defensive mages in the game, so if Sunset Lover can stay alive, then I think they use the real world a little early, though.
And both teams letting it drop as Rosa will find the kill. 2 members away from Deuce Vult 3. They're looking for 4Q1 narrowly escapes, but gee, that's all they need to be able to win this game. And I think Fireflux knows they got this one in the bag. It's a 6-man stampede with the Luminous Lord up in the top side. Bot, high ground tower will fall. Here goes the 2v5, and we know how numbers work. You don't have to be great at math to figure this one out. I know I'm not. Fireflux Impunity walks away with this one in spectacular fashion, G.
Definitely. Fimp definitely took that away. And it was crazy, right? I cannot believe that they, you know, DV actually fully attempted to make an attack on a defense. It was wild, a little bit of a wild play, but as you can see, kind of looking at some of the stats, DV having a little bit of a tough time in the EXP and in the mid lane. They just couldn't get online at any point, and Fimp's draft was just too much for them to handle.
Yeah, I mean, when you're looking at it, especially when we were talking about that attack on the defense thing, it was unfortunate because as you were talking about them having one of the best mages to defend, at that exact moment, Rosa, using the IMU, took the real world manipulation, and they tried to force the fight on Rosa. He did get caught out of position just a little bit, but he also had bought Winter Trunch mere seconds before that engage, able to use it to sustain the damage. And then, of course, the IMU pulls out the Uno reverse card, and that's what led us back here to the statistics here, G, unfortunately, for Deuce Vult. Just a bit of a calculated error there on their part. But again, I really do feel like the matchup there, you saw it there from Sunset Lover, I feel like maybe they wanted to go for the early game, but maybe not too certain in themselves because they mixed up a bit of late game, right, with the Eve. Eve's not exactly the best early game mage, I would say. I feel like there were better options if you wanted to go for things like Selena Rome, the Paquito on the side lane, and especially since both of those didn't really meet their mark. I will say Sabu, though, had a pretty solid performance, especially in the late game, setting up kills on people like Apex 47, but unfortunately, that wasn't enough to capitalize on.
Hey, but seeing the MVP of the game, Fireflux Impunity, Rosa, going 5-1-6, 29% damage, just a monster. Again, the Valentina was such a great counter pick to DV's comp, and big shout out to Rosa and getting the MVP on the third.
And I mean, that's the thing about counter picks, man. They work where they're supposed to work at, and Rosa, not only the man with the plan, but also the MVP for the side of Fireflux Impunity. So clearly destined to be the star of the roster so far. I mean, that 29% damage is pretty incredible, especially at this level of play. To imagine one person to be able to kind of backpack as far as damage in those team fights, nothing less than extraordinary from this mid laner of Fireflux Impunity. And like we were talking about, Deuce Vult has an uphill battle, even if the audience feels otherwise. They had, what, 88% from the crowd, but Fireflux Impunity said numbers don't define me.
Hey, at least the hometown is rooting for the team that is there at the hometown. So, I mean, hey, you can't hate on them for it. I mean, like you said, sometimes it doesn't come down to what's on the actual screen. It comes down to what happens in the land of Dawn, and we've seen it. Fireflux Impunity, they showed out. Again, they have a lineup of players, their roster, just they have experience, you know? Yeah. So, and it's hard to beat experience when dealing with a team like Fireflux Impunity. DV's gonna have to pull something out. I don't think letting the Uranus slide like that was a good play. And not only that, you first picked the Yves, which kind of forced the play of a Valentina when it wasn't banned as well. So those are some things that DV is going to have to utilize and learn from the first game to turn these tides.
Yeah, and I imagine they knew it was coming, right? Even we called it. I mean, he's the #1 pick so far in Phygital Games. Even having that subpar win rate, he was kind of in the middle. You were talking about on the first pick side, he has that 20%. On the red side, he had the 50%. And his overall win rate definitely verified it because he was right in the middle, sitting at that 40%. Now, obviously, Fireflux Impunity doing their part in raising up that win rate, but the statistics don't lie. They should have seen it coming, and I think they did. They just didn't know how to play it right. Obviously, they took the Phygital, but I don't think Q1 was comfortable enough in that matchup. It didn't seem like he knew exactly how to play it. I mean, we even saw Uranus there was able to beat out on the rotation several times and make impactful plays, finding kills. He was in mid lane behind tier 2 picking up kills, so definitely was outplaying the matchup he was supposed to lose on paper. But like we were saying, those numbers don't always define what's going to translate into the Land of Dawn. Fireflux Impunity here to beat the odds today.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I mean, with that being said, I mean, Fireflux, again, they did good in this match. Now it's going to be coming into the next match. This is match point right now. DV is going to have to definitely step up their game, and it's all going to come down to the draft.
Absolutely.
So they're gonna have to utilize this time that they're given between breaks between matches to kind of build up on that draft ideal. I want to see some synergy, some type of build off of what you're good at, and that's being together as a team. I understood the Yve, but the Selena was a little bit of a wild pick. That it again, though it's your comfort pick. And your team might synergize with it. It didn't play out very well into this upcoming game against Fireflux Impunity, where they were just too tanky. They were too maneuverable. Like, you had to be an absolute abyssal arrow god in order to hit those. So it was hard for DV to secure any sets on someone that meant anything.
Yeah, I mean, both of those picks, right? I'm not too much concerned with the Selena. Like you said, I think it's more how they paired up things. It was just, you have this late game position 4 in the Eve, and then you have this early game in the position 5 on Selena. They just don't go hand in hand, especially when the Abyssal Arrow lands. What exactly does Eve supposed to do with the follow-up? Are you going to waste the room world manipulation on the arrow? Like, what exactly do we go from there? Your jungler is a Fredrin. He's not moving fast to close the gap on an Abyssal Arrow. So I just feel like it wasn't blended in to where you elevate a pick like Selena, because you're looking for the early game aggression. You're looked across the river. You're looking to shut down the opposing jungler, but none of the other picks fit that narrative. And I feel like that's what we saw translate on top of the matchups in the side lane not winning, on top of when we got to the late game where the 5v5s mattered, not having a composition really meant for it and not finding enough pickoffs to turn those 5v4s into things, or 5v5s into things like 5v4s. We only saw it happen one time, when they caught Apex 47, and they still lost out on that neutral objective just due to the sheer amount of side lane pressure in between the Claude, in between the Uranus. No one to really match up, especially with Q1 losing in that matchup already.
Yeah. Hey, it happens. A little, you got to live and learn, DV, like you were saying. They'll hopefully build upon that, especially they have coaches. They should know that. Kind of now we're diving into the draft of the next game. This again is match point for Deus Vult versus Fireflux Impunity. Fireflux Impunity is up 1 here, and they are first pick. Deku, do you think they're going to let the Uranus slide again?
For their sake, I hope not. Obviously, and I mean, it's nothing wrong with just respecting the fact that you can't deal with it. A lot of people can't. That's why he's so popular right now. Even without the Angela, still doing things that the Uranus pick is meant to do, which is to be a bully in the lane, be able to rotate after high cutting these waves and make these plays on the other side of the map. I mean, we saw Uranus everywhere but his lane for the majority of that game after cutting out. I mean, he was in the turtle fights. He was almost in gold lane at some point. So it's no biggie to go ahead and respect the pick, right? He's the #1 pick in Phygital Games. If you don't have the answers for it, just go ahead and ban it out. Just go ahead and ban it out. There's always, I'd rather let some other picks through than have to deal with something, because he takes so many resources, right? It's not a one pick thing. A lot of picks, you can take one counter pick and it'll be okay, but you can't take one pick for Uranus, right? Even if you have the burst, do you have the side lane pressure to match him? If you have the side lane pressure, do you have the burst to take him down? So it's so much, you have to attack Uranus in so many angles. It's better just to get him off the board. Make the game easier for yourself.
Oh yeah. And it seems like they're kind of tentative on it, right? You know, they don't know if Fimp's gonna want to pull out that Uranus early or not. And I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see a Kazan picked earlier in this kind of lineup. I was actually surprised we didn't see him last game.
Yeah.
Kind of getting banned out into the second phase of things. But we do see DV really thinking about their plays, and they're gonna get rid of the Fanny instead of the Uranus. So Flux Impunity, now they're going to be responding to see what they go with. I'm thinking that they're probably going to go with a Uranus first pick if I had to guess.
Yeah, I'd imagine they go for it. If not the Uranus, then maybe they'll take the Valentina. But the Uranus worked so well for them. I feel like it was the main component that helped them win. I mean, when you dominate a side lane that much, it's hard to win else outward on the map, even if you have a pretty strong composition, just because there's that extra player there. But they go for the Boxia first pick, so maybe here daring Deus Vult to try to emulate their own recipe.
Yeah, I mean, Boxia has been a favorite for a lot of pro players, especially overseas, as they're responding interesting enough with a Yi first pick again. They're kind of digging they're redigging their grave here. Again, I mean, maybe they had a plan in their pocket and they really just weren't able to execute it. I do think that maybe Wiser going to Beatrix last time was a little rough for him. We did see that Wiser picks up Clint a lot. I do like that they go Yve and Uranus though, but again, you're gonna have to have your damage, and both of those are kind of sustainable.
And you know, I feel like, again, I don't think the Uranus was let go for no reason. I feel like Flux Impunity, again, I feel like they wanted this to happen. They took the Boxia first pick. We know Boxia counters the region heroes. I feel like this was a welcome pick. They were like, yes, they did exactly what we intended for them to do. Now, I feel like the Eve might even be a bonus because, again, Flux Impunity took the Claude, and it's on the board again for them to take to match up against Sunset Lover, and it performed. We saw him get into those engagements in the back line, whether it was in the 1v2, the 1v3. We actually saw him 1v1 Sunset ahead of that Lord. He caught him in the bush by himself, and he was able to take him down even with the RWM. But they take the Valentina to match up again, and they get the hands on the Terizla early this time. Last time it got banned out, we were talking about needing that CC.
And again, building off of what you were saying, I think they did let the Uranus go through because they really wanted that Terizla. They wanted that set potential because they know DV likes staying together. We seen earlier they had about an 80% team fight potential, and they go with the Kaja as well. So interesting lineups. I mean, you're now giving Rosa quite the variety to be able to make plays as well at this point. I mean, we'll see how it goes out. I think it's going to come down to, on DV, what Wiser picks up here. Like you said, the Claude's open, though Clint was Wiser's, like, he picked Clint multiple times. So I wouldn't be surprised if they just don't go with a comfort pick with that Clint. They need that strong power, and the only way they're going to get it is through Wiser.
And, you know, I'm very concerned, though, about this Kaja pick. Now, we were talking about last game, Flux may have wanted it. Obviously, it got banned out alongside with that Terizla. So two of the picks that might have went really good for the composition. Now, the scary part is because since they have the Valentina again, they're able to challenge the Divine Judgment, which puts Sunset Lover in an uncomfortable situation. And again, Claude's still on the board, and I feel like they're going to go for it. And honestly, Deus Vult is helping them. They ban out the carry, which would be a good matchup for Claude, and Flux Flux says, okay, well, let's help ourselves as well as ban out the Leslie, two of the strong counters to Claude here because of their true damage and the late game matchup. So I feel like they are helping them secure this gold lane prio pick that they want here, which is going to be a very scary situation when you're talking about Deuce Vult, because now we'll be able to have the Valentina take the Divine Judgment for his Sunset. We're going to have the Claude in a nice gold lane matchup to challenge Sunset Lover on the Eve matchup. So it's seeming like things are leaning back in favor for Fireflux Impunity again ahead of match 2.
Oh yeah, and I mean we'll see how it kind of builds up. They're still going at it. I do like the Kufra ban, interesting. They did get rid of the carry, so that to me seems like that there might be going a tank jungle. So maybe the Fredrin gets pulled out at the last second. And then they opt to go with relying on Wiser and Sunset Lover to scale, because I mean those two are only going to be their damage. So I mean we're going to have to see some heavy rotations from the mid to just support Wiser nonstop.
And, you know, I'm thinking, I know you're talking about the carry, you're talking about a tank pick, but I'm thinking maybe, do they plan to take, is there still potential for another type of assassin here? Maybe for something like a Hayabusa? Potentially, I mean, because Kufra right now doesn't counter anything, and they go ahead and take that comfort pick you were talking about for Wiser the Clint. So I feel like that's a +1 for them, especially because right now, from the side of Fireflux Impunity, there's nothing to really challenge him in the back line besides like a Terizla with the Flicker penalty zone. But I think Wiser should be able to play that matchup pretty nicely with the good, with some good, decent micro. But the Kufra ban concerns me, because up to this point, there is nothing that the Kufra actually counters, so it makes me believe that they have a concealed pick here that would have been denied by the Kufra. What say you, Aiko? How are you feeling about that potentially?
The only thing I could possibly think is a Fredrin, you know? I mean, as a jungle, but maybe, I mean, the Joy's banned out, so I was thinking maybe possibility a Joy jungle, but not even that. They're definitely going to need some type of damage. Fimp coming out with this Atlas, I'm not sure if I'm gonna like it. I'm pretty sure Atlas has like a 0% win rate right now. So having Atlas on the field is gonna be a sticky situation for them. But again, I mean, it kind of overpowers the Kaja. And I mean, they do have a really strong frontal line to be able to get that. I'm kind of waiting on what the last pick jungle is, because it's going to make it or break it here. They go Barats. What? Huh.
Well, that's odd.
Interesting.
It's
not dashy.
It's not dashy at all. I'm actually wondering why they banned the Kufra at this point. There's literally nothing in their composition to be really dealt with. Maybe they just didn't want Kaja to be punished by the Kufra, looking for the engages. I'm not sure, but the Barats is a sticky situation for me, because normally we've seen this whenever it was on the professional scene. It was normally paired up with either a healer, something like the Estes, or it was paired with some mobility like the Mathilda, and you have none of that right now from the composition of a Deuce Vult. So I'm wondering how that's going to fit in this composition. Most of the things you use to elevate the Barats pick just aren't there right now. So I don't know if they kind of pigeonholed this pick a bit, maybe put it in an uncomfortable situation, but we'll have to see. The Atlas pick, though, you're kind of concerned about, but I think it might do well, especially into the Clint. We know it doesn't normally take the Purify. He did take the Purify this time, though. So hopefully it might be able to profit.
We're going to be going into Fireflux versus Deuce Vult. This is final match points if Fireflux Impunity is going to be able to get the win here. Deuce Vult fighting for their life to stay on the line to see if they can secure the third place spot. Now, again, Deku, like you were saying, building up upon that, it's interesting, and they went tanky as well. I was thinking maybe they pull out a quantum charge, put it on the Barats, you know, have that versatility to be a little bit faster on such a tanky hero, but they opt to go tank all the way. Again, the Atlas, I like it. It's a little squishy in the early stages, so, you know, fighting early is going to be a little rough for them, but they do have Rosa to be able to secure a little bit of that early potential of, you know, terrifying the enemy team.
Yeah, and speaking of potential here, at least for the side of Deuce Vult, while I don't necessarily agree with every pick that was slotted up. I will say that I think they bowled well into the Terizla and to the Atlas, because if you look at it here at a different point of view, Sunset Lover has CC immunity, right, with the RWM. Q1 has the Uranus, who is already hard to punish, but now has Purify as well, so good luck with that one. And then Weiser also took the Purify. He didn't force the Flicker, which I feel like most people make the mistake of. He is going to use that CC immunity as Q1 gets punished a little bit. And then Barat's the ultimate. It lets you immune CC during the charge. So I feel like it may be a good response. Alien and Apex 47 are going to have to work for these sets, G.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe they want objectives.
Speaking of objectives, Magister's going to win it, but the fight's still going on. 2 real-world manipulations are going on the screen here, folks, as Q1 will pick up the first blood. Fight's still going on. Magister will take down TNZ, the opposing jungle, after he beat them in the 50-50, rubbing a little salt in the wound there. You can't beat me on objective, and you can't beat me in the fight, Aiko.
Hey, I mean, you got to do it. Kind of looking at some of the items, we do see that the Molten Cores picked up by where I wonder if maybe TNZ is going to be picking up that here soon as well. Maybe that's kind of what that put him behind. He's definitely building a little bit of the magic resistance early with the tough boots. Again, Weiser kind of scaling at this point. They're already like trying to position an invade here on Sunshine.
Yes. They definitely are, and Weiser, none the wiser here, as Apex 47 can look to punish with Sunshine, but they haven't made a move yet. Want him to step a little further. Here comes TNZ to make the first line of engagement. There goes the Purify. He doesn't have it, so the Fatal Links will connect right into the Bennett's Rage, the Bennett's Barrage, if you will. And that's a quick punish for Weiser up in the gold lane to give Sunshine a little bit of an advantage.
The patience by Apex right there, and then just the combination of a rocket launcher barrage. It was rough for him. Alien kind of wanting to put a lot of pressure on a Q1 when he needs to kind of focus on his own lane.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely needs to try to focus on that lane. You can't spend much time worrying about the 1v1 in between Q1, especially on the Uranus, man. He's not looking to 1v1 you. He's looking to cut, and he's looking to go. Now, I think he wants to make the Terizla have more merit, because we know Alien could eventually win the fight, but it's going to take 30 years for it to happen. And Q1's just not going to sit around and let that happen, as TNZ, though, looking to punish Sawu. Rose does have the Divine Judgment. Keep that in mind. Bennett's Rage falls down. Another barrage. Sunshine will pick up the second kill of the game and take some gold plating just to increase that gold economy a little further. A ton of it, actually all of it. But look at this TNZ with the Ice Retribution. Weiser is going to get punished, and everyone's passion. Can you feel the passion coming from Sunshine? That's his 3rd kill of the game, Aiko, the snowball for the gold laner.
Roll. On a roll. Sunshine is definitely online at this point. So it's going to be rough for Weiser. I was kind of building it up in the draft, but look at Q1 already trying to clear 2 waves for 1 inside of Fimp's base. Just being an absolute nuisance. Look at him.
That's exactly what you get from a pick like Uranus, and exactly why he's where he's at. This is ridiculous. He is wasting so much time here from Sunshine, but unfortunately, you give the 4th kill to Sunshine, which is not exactly nice, and he picked up the Blade of Despair at right over the 5-minute mark, G. So already getting the first very important core item, 3,000 gold secured for that first item start here. Fireflux Impunity is in a good spot. Oh, Sawu! That is unfortunate. Gets outplayed. Apex 47 looking for it. Will he be able to make it happen? He pulls one. Sawu. He's going to go down to TNZ, but the real world manipulation will trade out on the Apex 47. So it's a roam for a roam so far. But Alien looking to join in. Flicker. Pillar zone. The micro. The punishment. Rosa. Do not step in my river, they say. The sun must set eventually.
My God, I could not, dude. I was like, he missed the penalty zone, and he said, not today, and flickered, and was able to secure the kill on the Sunset. What a magnificent play. Definitely a highlight right there for the Terizla. Again, Sunshine doesn't want to be shut down, so kind of staying on the defensive because they know that they're on the hunt. The turtle is here, and he's like, I'm gonna probably just support for the turtle at this point. And again, I mean, the gold's about even, but the kills are not, and that kind of puts it on top as the conceal play is going.
And they're looking to challenge for the 2v1, but look at Apex 47, looking for the pull right into the Venice barrage. Saw will fall again, and right alongside Woodham Weiser, who will be taking his third death in the game. Aiko, this is not what Deuce Vult was expecting, and not the type of performance you would expect facing a match point, facing elimination here up against Flux Impunity. Deuce Vult, though, does have control of the turtle, but he's gonna have to back away. They don't have the numbers. Turtle's gonna reset. Now, G, you were talking about the gold being quite even, but also the gold lane matchup. Sunshine is 4-0-2. Weiser is 0-3-1. So
it's crazy.
I'm very interested. It's absolutely insane. I want to see the gold in between those two because that's where the difference should be.
Oh, it's going to be huge. I mean, coming up with another turtle, though, it's going to be another 50-50 here as it's a 4v4. And I don't know. I mean, Ware's putting on a lot of pressure on Apex.
Yeah, well, there goes more pressure. Forget pressure. Look at the kill. Turtle, who's going to pick it up? Magister was able to lock that in. He does have the 2-level advantage, actually, surprisingly. I don't know when that happened. But look at the line. Sunshine picks up the kill. Make that 2. He's playing out of his mind right now. No one's following him. He's going to pick up a triple here. That's a 3-piece for the gold laner for Fire Flux Impunity. He is 8-0-2, Aiko.
If nobody stops this guy, this is going to be a rough game. Once the towers, the tier 1 start falling, the snowball could start happening. When the first Lord comes in, Deuce Vult has to secure that. Now, looking at some of the items, Beatrix, looking at 6,700 gold versus 4,900.
Man.
That is the difference. Doesn't even fully have boots bought yet, and it is rough for Weiser. Again, I mean, we're seeing a lot of pressure being put on Q as well here in the EXP, trying to keep it alive. Rosa dodges solo for the Divine Judgment.
That's the second time this has happened, and actually he's gonna send it back. I'm gonna show you how to do it. And then Apex 47 with his own set. Sunshine will pick up his 9th kill of the game, and they won't stop there. Penalty zone drops down. Here comes the Daytona's welcome, though, trying to make the play, but they just don't have the numbers. They just don't have the damage, and they don't have a 10-0 marksman on their side, G.
I mean, the snowball is real. I mean, Sunshine has literally over half the kills for Fireflux Impunity. Deuce Vult, Solo needs to really focus on capturing Sunshine at this point. But again, you're just not going to have enough damage at this point to take them down unless it's such a clutch play. And also, we might need to see some split play potentials on maybe securing a tower or 2 from DV to get a comeback.
No. But instead, they want to contest here. G, I don't know. Magister does have the advantage still as far as level. So, but he gets pulled by the Divine Judgment. Bennett Rage as well. The Fatal Lynx Alien picks up the kill. Turtle still up for grabs. TNZ will pick it up. The rest of the team will flicker out. RWM punishes double kill for Sunset. Sunshine, though, still alive, and that's all they really need. Mid tower being pressured. Saw, will he finally find the Divine Judgment? No, he won't. He has not been able to find, actually he used it up there on the Lord, so didn't even have it in his toolkit to be able to make it happen. Deuce Vult still wants to pressure the mid tower, but TNZ will not let it happen. Calls out the Turtles' opponents there to go ahead and clear out the wave, G.
Yeah, I mean, this is rough. I mean, the Lord's coming in again. DV has one of the craziest mages to make a defense, to mount a defense. They really have to focus on defending at this point. As you can see that just all of Fireflux Impunity is coming online, and really the only person they needed to come online is Sunshine. And with almost 9,000 gold, about full build at this point at 11 minutes.
Oh no, Magister's gonna get punished. Penalty zone goes in. Apex 47 with the big set. Fireflux Impunity should be able to make something happen here, but Apex 47 will fall down. It's a 1-for-1. Rare Empathy will miss the mark. Rosa dipping, dashing, trying to put on the damage, but it's going to end there at a 1-for-1. TNZ, though, looking for the chase. Doesn't let it go. The drive-by will not work, but they will find the tier 3 tower in the mid lane. G-Lord marching up on the top side still. Q1 trying to solo defend, but he absolutely cannot. Rosa basically one-shots him by himself there.
I mean, this is what Fireflux Impunity wanted for the first Lord. Clear all turrets on the map, but minions were able to take the left and right turret of Fireflux, it seems. So just those small things are happening here. The Demon Hunter sword picked up by Sunshine, that goes to show that we're trying to see some type of play to be able to take out Where. The tankiness of Where at this point is the only problem for Fireflux Impunity, because he can contest major objectives if need be. And Q1 just being a menace there, kind of helping Where out in this jungle. They gotta farm faster, and again, they're sticking together. And I just don't know what they're going to be able to do with Wiser at this point. He's 1-5-3, but going to have to focus on possibly getting Wiser online to have any type of damage, as we've seen the full Fireflux Impunity take a full real world manipulation and not even really worry about it. They just stood inside the giant square and there was no reason to even deal with it. I mean, look, they have the burn, but I mean the radiance.
Apex here, he can go for the fatal wings. Rosa lands the Terrify. They're going to be patient. They're going to hold on it. Look at the damage from Sunshine. 2 shots from Bennett is enough. Bennett's barrage will go down on to Q1. Never patch as well, but look at the penalty zone. In the meantime, Fireflux Impunity will look to shut them down. Sunshine looking for the 1v1 inside of the real world manipulation. Will lose, gets shut down, but the fight will not stop here. Alien will shut him down. Daytona's welcome from Magister, but he's all alone, and so is Wiser. I think both could fall here. Magister surely will. He gets taken down, and Wiser underneath the tower, overpowered by Fireflux Impunity. The minions are there.
On the tower. Is the
it's gone. Here? It's over with. 14-minute mark. Geez. That was done 2 minutes ago. They got the cannon minion, but do they have enough to end? They don't want to force members spawning in. That's a good call from Fireflux, Aiko.
They waited. You've seen it in their eyes. They were like, do we make the play? Someone give the call out. Do we push the tower? And they were like, no. They're going to focus on probably attempting to take this Lord. Setting up for this next Lord is going to make it or break it for DV. Again, their base, their crystal is exposed. One of the towers are down, but TNZ kind of
Apex
here. Apex
looking for the set. The real world dropped down in time. Menace Rage misses the mark completely, but Rosa will take down Sunset. Wiser trying to put on the damage. Winter Trunch goes out there. It'll help him sustain. Sunshine picks up the kill onto Magister. So even if they would have came out on top in the fight, no jungler available to contest this Lord. Fireflux Impunity, Aiko, once again, will run away with what they want.
I mean, Sunshine's 13-1. If I was DV at this point, kind of engaging when you see Sunshine is going to be a rough time for you. But there's like they just hardly have any opportunities at this point to come back, because Saul really needs to capture that point to be able to get Sunshine down. But kind of looking at some items, Bia is fully built at this point, versus we're looking at Wiser. The Living Roar's picked up, but still the damage might not be there for him as the Lord is barreling down.
47 applying the pressure. He has Flicker and he has Fatal Links. Bennett Rage will zone out anyone trying to defend the high ground up in the top side. Easy pickup for Fireflux Impunity as the Luminous Lord will be worked on. Fireflux, will they look for more here? I think they're going to go ahead and back away. They got one high ground, and that's going to be good enough for them for right now.
Yeah, I mean, they still have super minions in the mid. I mean, to be honest, if I was them, I would just engage at this point. You have the upper hand. I mean, your marksman's 13-1.
I mean, they absolutely could have. And I did think maybe they'd go for it when the wave came, but I could tell by the moment there, it didn't look like they wanted to force it too much. But I agree with you. 13-1-6, I'm going for every play that I think I can make here at this point, but they're going to back away. Deus Vult is deciding to adventure beyond the walls here a little bit, trying to secure some territory, especially on the side of the map where the Lord will be spawning in the not so distant future.
I'm actually really surprised at how patient Fimp's playing at this point. Maybe they didn't want to end early, but I think they should have, because now, even though we're getting into the late game, now everybody's starting to attempt to get their full builds, so it's going to come down to, you know, the micro plays, and Wiser is going to have a tough time. I mean, we're going to have to see, again, I'm going to constantly be saying it, Saul is kind of probably looking for the pick on Sunshine. If Sunshine gets picked by Flux Impunity, I think it's going to be a hard time for Fimp and a good time for DV.
I mean, I absolutely agree with you. If you look at the composition here, Flux Impunity is quite literally being carried by the damage that is Sunshine. If they're ever able to pick him off, things would immediately be pretty good for them, especially since Wiser is starting to catch up. He just picked up that Blade of Despair while you were going on about the adjustments that they need to make here to be able to match up against Flux Impunity. All it takes is one Divine Judgment here from Saul Wu, one real world manipulation to catch Sunshine after a dash, after a flicker, and they could potentially turn this game around. And Aiko, I agree with you as well on the not ending the game early. Flux Impunity could maybe end up regretting their decision to be so passive with such a massive lead, because at the late game, the economy really doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, and I mean, Saul having that immortality, I think, is going to be a good option here. If they could catch someone, it doesn't matter if they're died, they come right back. They really need to capture where, though?
And you could see they were thinking about maybe punishing someone. Speaking of punish, TNZ needs to be careful. This is the jungler for the composition of Flux Impunity. Maybe not the best option to go face checking into bushes in the opponent's territory of the jungle.
But look, Clint had to go back to clear the lane. The minions are just pushing in so hard.
Q1 gets punished. You have to be smarter than that at this point of the game. What is he thinking? Flux Impunity now has control. Reset. It didn't reset. Very strange. Maybe they just want to go for the fight. Okay, now they're going to start working on it patiently, slowly, as most things they've been doing so far in the late game. They've been very slow to act. Apex 47 gets put down by the Daytona's welcome. This could be good or it could be bad. It might set him up for a fatal links, but he goes down. Immortality gets popped with the ability zone. Here to recover. I got your back, brother. Lord still being worked on though by TNZ. It will be an easy pickup. Nobody will fall except for Q1, except for Apex 47 there.
I mean, I think this might be going to another Lord. I think DV can definitely defend this. Again, you know, Clint's almost matching. I mean, it doesn't matter at this point because gold is already at 60K almost from both sides. Really, though, I mean, Berserker Fury just picked up there by Clint, so they're looking for a solid defensive. Now, Wiser's full. It doesn't matter if he's 1-6. He's going to be doing a lot of damage.
Oh, speaking of damage, they might be able to put on some pressure onto Alien. Don't have the damage to force him out. Solu is low. Immortality gets popped. Divine Judgment may not come into play. RWM drops down for the disengage. Sunset looking for the re-engage here. TNC. Immortality gets popped. The pullback here from Magister. Can they punish? They need to find a kill. There they go. They find TNZ. But Sunshine now into the fight. Looks to punish. Magister isolating himself here. Needs to be careful to not get capitalized on. Look at the Lord, though. Uncontested. They need to hurry up and clear it while that's happening. Flux Impunity looking to pressure onto the high ground tower. But Deus Vult doing a good job of defending both. But Apex 47 looking to ward them off. The fear of the flicker, the fear of the fatal links will put Deus Vult at bay here. They haven't backed off just yet. Is Apex 47 looking for the play? The Daytona's Walker will connect, throwing him into the tower, opening up the set potential, but he's going to get taken down by Sunset Lover. This could be the moment for Deus Vult. Immortality popped, the Divine Judgment falls. Can they punish? Here comes comes the double kill. This could be what they've been waiting for. Aiko, they have three members down. The minions are at the base, but Deus Vult is here to play. All they need is a wave, but they have two crashing onto the towers. They're gonna need some help here to defend.
Gosh.
Hold the front line, somebody. Here they are. A great defense, great punishment. Not too much room to push. They should be able to find the mid tower though. Magister taking down this wave. It's only Rosa. It's only TNZ. No wave clear potential here. Members still needing to spawn in from Fire Flux. Deus Vult could do a lot of damage here. They're going for the march. Here goes tier 2, and they are shredding it right now, G. Apex 47 is up though in 1 second. He has Flicker. He has Fatal Links, but they're going to try to take down TNZ before he can get there. WRWM, but reality setting in for the side of Fire Flux Impunity. The mistakes have been punished. Here comes Apex 47. Flicker, Fatal Links, Bennett Rage will capitalize. Fire Flux with their own you overstayed play. Deus Vult in the same position that they just had Impunity in. This could be it here, G. Can Fire Flux Impunity march down for the end? 1-0 match point. Everything on the line. Wiser trying to escape Apex over the wall with the satchel, trying to burst, but here comes Rosa! Takes him down! Penalty zone in, Q1 low, trying to put the strikes in. They need it, and it's coming. Here comes the Nibiru Passion. Rosa applying the damage, a full minion wave top side, and here comes the burst. They take it down, G. The broom has been picked up. The sweep is here.
DV taking the loss against Fimp. Fimp taking the win here to secure that third place spot in the tournament. So again, kind of a rough time for DV at that point. It was almost anybody's game, but give it up to Fimp, the third place champions.
Gotta love it, G. You gotta love it. This is what we're here for. Unfortunately, we didn't get the full series, but we definitely got the intensity. We got the energy. Deus Vult were so close to making it work. Unfortunately, just a few mistakes got in the way, and I have to say one of the biggest ones was letting Sunset pick up 10 kills before laning phase was even concluded, G. That might have changed things for them if he wasn't in double digits before we got into double digits in the game.
I mean, that is true, but DV gave up such a great fight. I actually thought they might have came back there at the end to give us that best of 3, but you can see that Fimp is very happy. They're all cheesing. Being able to get the third place isn't the same as first, but hey, you still made it.
A win's a win, and when you win like this, in this particular fashion, you can't really be mad at it. I mean, look at Rosa. 10-0-17 in a third place matchup against the home team. You gotta love it. Back-to-back MVPs, the man with the plan, quite literally living up to the name. Sunshine, though, right there alongside, went on 15-2-8, absolutely carried the early to the mid game that made the transition to late game so smooth. All of these players, though, G, played out of their mind. Everyone came up with plays. We saw incredible penalty zones, amazing fatal links. We saw a 10-kill Beatrix today in the second match to secure third place. And of course, Rosa
getting the double MVP for third place here. 10-0-17, 36% of their team's damage. Doesn't have boots, just an absolute monster. Didn't even need walking shoes to take out DV at this point. Fire Flux Impunity coming in hot.
FF for Fire Flux. You gotta surrender when you're going up against gameplay like this. No boots? That's a barefoot beating, G. That's unheard of out here. My goodness. Underneath the stage lights, talk about rising to the occasion. You know, a lot of teams, when they're at match point, get a little lax. they get a little laid back. They start to make a lot of mistakes. But it seems like Flux came out 10 times harder than they did from game one, Aiko. And that's something you don't see every day. But you do get to see it here at Phygital Games. It's a little different on this side of the world.
Exactly. And I mean, it was a good game. It was a good game.
Absolutely.
But I mean, DV gave it their all. It's a giant GG to them. Again, I thought they could have possibly came back to give us that best out of 3, but hey, you gave it your all. You're here, you made it. You've made it far enough in the tournament. But now we're gonna be moving on to kinda the grand finals of Falcon versus Lilgun. You can kind of see them down in the corner there. It was just a great build up to the grand finals here. Looking at our bracket list here, Deku.
And you can see it starting in from quarterfinals where Flux Impunity started to make their mark up against Team X, a clean sweep. Then they faced the Mongolian Warriors, ended up taking the loss to them, the team we're going to be watching in grand finals. But they move on, though, to be able to win third place up against Deus. Vult definitely put the beating on them here at Phygital Games. You can see also the run from Lilgun to end up into the grand finals up against Falcon Esports, who swept through the quarterfinals, 2-1 into the semifinals up against Deus Vult, which is crazily enough so surprising, right? They were able to take a game off the overwhelming favorite in this competition here, and then ended up taking the knee to Flux Impunity. But we're gonna get to see two M's here, the M&M combination, but nothing sweet about either one of these candy acronyms. Falcon Esports from Myanmar, Team Lilgun from Mongolia. What could be better, Aiko?
And I mean, the only thing that could be better is that Falcon Esports and Lilgun have never faced each other in this tournament just yet. And now they're going to be facing each other in the grand finals. I mean, that alone is pretty amazing, right? Now we're going to see two teams that really have never, tested the water, the tides with each other into a grand finals of a best out of 5. I think that alone deserves quite the shout out.
Absolutely deserves a shout out, but the fans, the community, ourselves up here on the desk, we deserve what we're about to get, and that is this electrifying grand finals. It's literally the main reason why we're here today, Aiko. This is the main event. We had a nice little warm-up, a nice little entree in there between Deus Vult and Flux Impunity, but now the appetite will really get satisfied here as we're moving along to the final match on today's schedule, G. It's the grand finals, Falcon Esports, Team Lilgun.
And it does seem like that match will be taking place at 1650 UTC +3. So, with that being said, I think we got some time before we see the grand finals match, but it's going to be definitely a great match against two teams that have fought and put their all into this. Deku or Quirky, any last sayings?
Last thing here, we're a couple seconds out from the polls, so make sure you guys are definitely throwing in those votes. Go ahead and let us know who you think's gonna win. This is the grand finals. Last time you guys voted, and I think you cursed the Deus Vult team. Here they go over to the polls now, and we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Hello, I'm Falcon Esports ဖြစ်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်ကတော့
So I'm Commander Deus Vult.
I'm Bimo from Team Hack as the player. Hi, I'm Hito from Team Hack.
Hi, I'm Min from Team Hack.
السلام عليكم معكم اللاعب أبو العز من فريق سكواد الأكس.
And we are going to do something fun here in Kazan, Russia.
We're gonna play something. Let's go.
У каждого персонажа в игре есть свой характерный голос, и мы решили проверить, насколько игроки внимательно слушают во время катки. У меня, кстати, новая Phygital футболка. Как вам? Пишите в чате.
Light embraces me. The light never goes out. Argus, forgive me.
Freya.
Она говорит, Аргус, прости меня.
I don't know.
Novaria
Lunox.
Lunox.
Rafaela
Rafaela.
So close to the grand victory. Is it my fate to fall on this day?
Promise.
Minotaur.
Argus.
روجر.
اتوقع الهيرو هذا تكون هو التنين يوزونج يسمونه. هو تنين صحيح اللي لعب اكس بي لين فهذا هو الهيرو.
Да ладно, пусть Чонг будет, я не знаю больше кто.
Давайте Чонг.
Юзанг.
Fury continues. Destruction lives on.
Ладно, пусть будет Бальмонт.
Лиомо.
Balmond.
Maybe Argus. Yes, Argus.
Argus.
اوكي Argus.
Argus. Bro, ako ba ka?
Where is he? Starts at night, ends at night.
Так это точно не Селена.
Matilda. No.
Майда do every, bro.
Chang'e.
Angela.
Помощь из зала, парни.
Camilla.
اتوقع الهيرو هذا بيكون الصوت اللي سمعته هو كراميلا. ايوه
Кормила.
I should have chosen a game that wouldn't hurt me.
Это Нана.
Lolita.
Nana.
Angela.
Lilia.
Lilia.
Lilia doğru diyor.
Всем спасибо, на этом все. Угадывать у нас плохо получается, не повезло.
هم استغلش. انا ابو العز من فريق سكواد الاكس مينا جايين نمثل الليجن العربي في سكواد البطوله العالميه هاي ان شاء الله نبدع فيها ودعمونا وشجعونا من نفوز البطوله هاي.
ကိုကြည့်ရှုပေးနေတဲ့လူတွေအားလုံးကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့အသင်းကိုလည်းဒီ Falcon Esports ကိုလည်းအားပေးကြပါအောင်လို့ပြောချင်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာ
Thanks for watching and please support us Team Max in the coming Phygital Games. So see you soon guys and thank you and goodbye.
İzlediğiniz için teşekkür ederiz. Birazcık zordu ama yapabildiğimiz kadar da yaptık.
So thank you for watching, guys. Just support Phygital Gaming and then support Team Hack Pro in this tournament in Kazan, Russia.
February 2024. Russia presents, for the first time in history, an innovative international sporting event, Games of the Future. A cross-border tournament that combines physical and digital dimensions, bringing together sports, esports, and advanced technologies. Teams from every corner of the world will gather to compete across physical and digital challenges, each seeking glory and the chance to take home a portion of the impressive prize pool. Established by presidential decree and supported by top government officials the world over, this is the birth of the sporting future. For the first time, the physical and digital worlds will be woven together to create a new era of Phygital sports. With one core mission, the promotion and development of a well-balanced individual. Digital gameplay enhanced by the energy of the crowd. You no longer need to choose between a ball or a gamepad. Here, the winners are crowned by achieving the best overall score across both traditional sports and digital gameplay. Games of the Future consists of 5 tournament clusters called Challenges. Sports Challenge, combining a selection of traditional sports disciplines with their video game counterparts, featuring Phygital knockout competitions where athletes must show their hybrid skills across both the digital and physical fields to play. Tactical Challenge, a contest in which athletes must demonstrate their team gameplay in tactical combat esports and show off their physical skills in a modern laser tag competition. Battle Challenge, an array of esports teams compete in popular strategy games, all hoping for a place in the giant live stadium final. Speedrun Challenge, pitting competitors against one another in a classic speedrun video game, as well as a real-world obstacle course. Technical Challenge, athletes compete across an array of high-tech device-led sports, including robot battles, drone racing, cyber-athletics, and virtual reality games. This groundbreaking first-of-its-kind sports event will unite competitors and fans, offer up a new generation of sporting heroes, and provide an entirely new, emotionally driven audience experience. Millions of people around the world will become a part of Games of the Future movement by following live streams across digital and streaming platforms and attending live events. The inaugural Games of the Future will be held in February 2024. The host of the first Games, Kazan, will greet thousands of athletes and teams from more than 100 countries. The taste of victory. New sporting heroes. Boundless emotion. And open to every country of the world. By uniting sports and technology, we unite the world. Games of the Future. Made in Russia for generations to come.
Welcome to Russia, welcome to Kazan.
I like Kazan very much because of this beautiful historical look, how it's very good. It's my first time here, but I wish I can stay here forever.
I like the view, the scenery, and the vintage buildings. And the people are nice.
This city is so cool for us. Now we are sightseeing for the city. The buildings are so amazing. I like the city.
Всем привет!
из России.
Herkese merhaba arkadaşlar. Ben
Hello guys.
أهلا وسهلا.
I think it's good and fun experience to be here.
ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီပွဲကိုဝင်ရောက်ဆော့ဖို့အတွက်တော့နည်းနည်းစဉ်းစားခဲ့ရတယ်ပေါ့နော်အဲ့ဒါနဲ့နည်းနည်းတော့စဉ်းစားခဲ့ရပါတော့
Aslında takımımızın hikayesi çok uzun bir hikaye dayıyor. Hepimiz çok eskiden beri tanışıyoruz. 5-6 sene uzayan bir hikayesi var.
Deus Vult образовалась как команда вообще как команда очень давно.
شكل الفريق على التحديات وعلى التجارب. جمعنا فريقنا كلنا كنا في دولة الإمارات.
I started playing 1.5 years ago. Now we have 3 Cambodian player and 2 Philippine player.
манай баг 2 жилийн өмнө Турк руу boot camp хийх гэж явсан байгаа. Тэр үед анх багтаага танилцчихсан. Тэндээс Филиппин, Турк, Малай гээд багуудад биш олсоод boot camp хийжсэн байгаа.
Yani ayrı şehirlerde yaşıyoruz. O biraz bize sorun yaratıyor. والباقيين يعني تقدرون تقولون جيراننا حتى قريبين من البيت يعني نشوفهم كثير يعني غير اللعبة نشوفهم في الحياة الواقعية فتيمنا صار بالتجارب والتحديات المستمرة ونلعب البطولات ونتعلم.
Phygital tournament is good organizer.
Некоторые команды на этом турнире у них есть международный опыт. Прям недавний международный опыт, то есть кто-то был на чемпионате мира и кто-то был еще на международном турнире, мы же не были, соответственно, у нас чуть поменьше практики в этом плане.
Turnuvadaki takımların hepsi çok güçlü. Bu turnuvadaki planımız kesinlikle birincilik.
احنا جينا من مصر ان شاء الله البطولة بتاعت روسيا عشان نمثل مصر ان شاء الله في البطولة وان شاء الله نحقق مستوى كويس في البطولة.
كقائد فريق هذا شيء صعب طبعا. Ya takımda kaptan olmanın öyle çok zor bir yanı yok aslında. Buradaki oyuncuların hepsi bana destek olduğu için.
Oh my god.
Sebenarnya agak suka untuk menjadi kapten.
For me it's fine because I have a lot of experience before. I play a lot of PC game and mobile game.
قدر ما تقدر انك تحاول تكون صبور وتحاول تعطي انطباع حسن حق لاعبينك حق التيم. Hani kendimi kaptandan ziyade hepsini aynı yerde tutuyorum.
Особо такой работы я не провожу, много, по крайней мере, то есть очень редко такие какие-то мотивационные речи, успокаивающие речи, но это все как бы оно должно быть и так фундаментально у самих игроков.
فأنت تحاول توصل لهم قدر الإمكان عشان تفهم هم شو يبغوا منك فهاي أسهل طريقة إنك تحاول تفهمهم.
وان انا بوبخ فريقي لا انا ما بوبخش فريقي لان احنا كلنا اخوات قبل ما نبقى تيم او بلايرز احنا في الاول في الاساس عيله فاميلي.
Монголд үзэж байгаа манай дэмжиж байгаа хүмүүстээ бүгдэнд нь баярлалаа. Бид дэмжээрэй. Сонирхолтой тоглолт гаргах байхаа л хичээлээ да.
وتقدروا ان انتوا تشوفونا على Phygital Games Kazan.
Takım arkadaşlarımı sizden buradan selamlıyorum. Hepsini çok seviyorum. Rakip takıma da başarılar diliyorum.
ان شاء الله نستنى دعمكم.
So kami harap korang dapat support kami dan doakan kami berjaya di sini.
وان شاء الله احنا راح نأدي افضل ما عندنا.
وبالتوفيق للجميع ان شاء الله.
İyi olan kazansın.
Zimbabwe Team Hak.
I'm ready to play.
моменты гранд-финала и второй карты Mobile Legends прямо там была действительно борьба. Welcome back to the grand finals of the Phygital Games Siberia studio. Appreciate you guys. Much love. Thanks for everybody coming back. We are in the grand finals. I've said it and I gotta keep saying it. The finals, best of 5, Falcon versus Lilgun. I can't wait to see what they bring to this stage. Now being at the grand finals, both these teams have fought their way through the group stages, and now again have made it here. Both teams, like the only team here that has taken a loss is Lilgun. They took 1 loss so far. Falcon Esports also took 1 loss, so they're essentially pretty much even at this point. And to be honest, I can't wait to see what they bring to the playing field here. It looks like Quirky is kind of frozen still. Hopefully he's coming back here. But yeah, grand finals gonna be definitely amazing. 2 top tier teams going at it, and I can't wait for it. Now, kind of looking into what's going on here. Falcon versus Lilgun. Both these teams are where it's at. 4-1 for both sides. Falcon, if I'm not mistaken, did take a little bit of a loss to DV. So that does even out their teams. Again, like I was saying, 4-1. I'm kind of looking at some of the stats, but they're not completed just yet. I think my buddy Quirky might be back here.
It's listening to the video part. The audio's there, I believe. But
all right, I don't know. We'll find out. We're working on Quirky getting back here. He should be here momentarily to also talk with me. But hey, it's okay. Again, I want to stipulate, like, this is such a great game that's going to be coming up here. Falcon versus Lilgun. They've man, like, they have fought their way up, and the players are ready. Falcon is a little bit newer. It's a revamped Falcon. It's like a Falcon 2.0, but I mean, they're living in the legacy of what Falcon originally built. Like, they were a really, really strong team, and a lot of the esports that they've participated in. So I kind of want to see where they bring this fight against Lilgun. Lilgun, though, has been like the dark horse. Like, they came out of nowhere. I've heard that they also did really well in other tournaments. So kind of looking at Lilgun's roster lineup here, you can see them. We got 4-Bid, Ethan, Bex, Zaru, and Azin. Again, to be honest, like, Bex was actually showing out in Lilgun's team. Definitely something that you'll have to look out for coming up into the grand finals. Just their synergy and their teamwork for such a new team to make it out on the scene is something that you don't see from a lot of teams. Now, looking at Falcon Esports, the revamped Falcons, to be honest, I don't even know if I like using revamped. They're definitely a 2.0 because they're holding their own at this time. Simple, PX7, Kazan, Benny, and Royal Milk. These players have showed that they got what it takes to, you know, stand up to a team like this. And as we can see, Falcon walking out on the stage here, they always have this energy level to them, and it's amazing, and I love it. Again, they bring it to the playing field, and you can see it in their game. You know, just you can see the coach there kind of, you know, helping them about. But it's the tenacity that they have that they bring to the playing field here. And looking at Lilgun, again, this team is just, they're just like the dark horses. I mean, look at them walk out on the stage. They're just chillaxed. Again, just giving their little bit of highs and waves to the crowd. But they're there to fight. They're from Mongolia, an absolute monster of a team showing up out of nowhere. There's not much information on a lot of their players, but it's something to look out for. And looking at that lineup, looking at their presentations that they bring to the playing field is something that not a lot of teams get to do. And Team Little Gun, being that dark horse, now is going to be going up against Falcon, such a strong team. Looking at the roster once again, kind of seeing where they are placed. Like I said, you're going to have to watch out for Benny on Falcon and their gold lane, and Baybax. Baybax definitely made some key plays on Little Gun. That did change to the tide against DV. Or Fireflex Impunity, my bad. And then Falcon against DV. Royal Milk also is someone to look out for Falcon. They were definitely making some crazy plays. So those are a couple of the players that do stick out to me. Again, you can make your own opinions of the players, but keep an eye on them while they're playing the game, because I do think they'll be the decision factors when it comes to making plays for these teams. Now, kind of building off of what we see from these two teams, right? I mean, both of them are 4-1. It's essentially an equals grand final at this point. So it's something to look out for. Falcon Esports did take a loss, and so has Team Little Gun. But one of these teams are going to be taking more losses, but I hope it's not a sweep, because it looks like both teams have what it takes to bring a lot of competition to the playing field, to the land of dawn when it comes to a tournament like this. Being the grand finals, I can only imagine that they're going to be bringing the fire to the playing field. And I was trying to, kind of look at some of the plays, what they like to play from Falcon Esports. We're probably going to be seeing a decent amount of Claude. So watch out for that. I do feel like Claude might slip through the lines. Falcon might be taking that up. Now, Team Little Gun also can play the Claude, but they're a little wild, right? Like, the other night, we did see them pull out a Lunox in the gold lane. So Falcon has to really look out for that, because it's going to be something that's on the playing field, right? They have to anticipate if Little Gun is going to have to pull out something like that to make plays happen against Falcon. Or it's going to be a mixture. Do they continue to keep going? It sounds like we might have Deku back on the mic. Uh-oh. Quirky, I see you there, buddy. How you doing?
There we go. I'm doing great, man. Oh.
Uh-oh. I can't hear
There we
you.
go. My bad. I had the mic muted while we were troubleshooting things. Well, we're back. Thankfully, we made it back in time. I'm so sorry for all the interruptions. Not the way I wanted to cast for the grand finals on mute and off the screen, but back at it. Some of these popular picks we're seeing, it's a lot of priority into these mages here, and the Angela that's been ever so consistent on the bans, the Navaria, the Valentine, the Kadita. I feel like the mid lane priority is going to be very important in between both of these teams here, G.
Yeah, definitely. Now, before you came on, I was kind of talking about how, again, I do think one of these teams are going to be picking up a Claude. If it's not banned, it's going to be picked up. Both of them have the hero pool to pull off a Claude, right? Now, the next thing that we are kind of seeing from our draft bans is that you still have a Kaja open. You still have a Joy open, Arlott. A lot of these heavy picks are still available for such heavy teams.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm glad you really mentioned out that Claude, because even outside of these two teams, right, Claude has been pretty prio out here in the Phygital Games #9 tournament. So definitely going to feel like that's going to be a contested pick. So I think we got two of the hot points here in between both of these teams. We got the mid lane prio that's going to be a bit of a contest here, and then obviously the Claude that's going to be a very contested pick. So I wonder, and I have seen one of the matches where the Claude has been locked in first pick. I'm not sure if we'll see it here, because things like Uranus is still on the board if it's not banned out, which has also been a hot pick for first. So I feel like that's going to be maybe the question mark. If it doesn't get banned out, do we see the Claude first pick to secure the contested pick, or are we going to go with the #1 pick in the tournament so far with a fairly decent, consistent win rate as far as the competitive scene goes?
They do get rid of the Ling. Again, the Ling was also another high pick from the side of Falcon. So again, these assassins are kind of getting taken out. They're targeting both players' jungle pretty hard in this best of 5. Now, looking up, the Boxia does get picked up and the Yve gets picked up. Again, 2 really strong comps. Now, PX7 was an insane mid lane for Falcon, so I do expect some spicy gameplay with this Yve, but that does leave open a fair miss. Now, this is rough, right? Rough for Falcon, because they've picked their mage. Valentino was open, and now they're going to constantly have to deal with that sustainability, and not only sustainability, the quick movement of that Bastia.
That's right. And now, very interesting enough, we've been seeing the Eve and the Boxia kind of dance back and forth, right? With the team is picking one or the other. Now, the Faramis pick is very interesting. Haven't seen a lot of it in the tournament. Actually, I think at least in the matches I've casted, I don't think it's been in any of them. Actually, so this is my first time seeing it casting over. I'm not sure. I know you're looking at statistics. I'm not sure if he's been picked up previously or maybe he's been sitting around banned out. But
been played 5 times.
Okay, well, I guess I've just been unfortunate, right, to not be able to see it. Now, something I have been able to see is this Alice pick from the side of Falcon. Last time they ran this with the Alice, the Uranus, and the Angela. Now, obviously, there will be no Angela on board. Potentially, probably no Uranus now that Paquito has been picked up as well. But we do know they are very proficient in it, especially in the jungle for Fion.
Yeah. And if I'm not mistaken, Falcon actually picked up this Angela and rode it in the jungle last time, which was a little wild. So we're probably going to see that here, unless they're attempting to pull something off that's like maybe a 1-3-1 combo or something with 2 mages. I don't know. We'll find out, but I'm pretty sure it is going to be going in the hands of Feiyan. And I think that's a little bit of an anticipation for what Lilgun has, because Team Lilgun is kind of a little wild in their picks as well. They did last time go a Lunox in the gold lane, so I wouldn't be surprised if both these teams are pulling out some strategies that'll blow our socks off.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking. I mean, I already don't have socks on anyways. So call me, I came here prepared to be shell-shocked. In between Myanmar and Mongolia here, man. I mean, this is what we were kind of expecting, right? 2 very unorthodox teams, if you will, from 2 unorthodox regions. One kind of known for that. Myanmar as a whole is very unconventional, but Mongolia has asserted themselves into the MLBB competitive scene with this unfamiliar gameplay. But with that being said, it's so unique because as one of the newer teams, right, normally they come in, everyone's pretty good at the fights. But the late game setups from Mongolia is what sets them apart from most newer teams and why they have created such the ripple effect in the community, and probably why we see them here in the grand finals. They just do the little things a little bit better than most teams, on top of being unpredictable like their counterparts that they're facing. So, this is going to be an impressive match, and already at the draft, we're seeing these 2 teams fight it out between each other.
No, exactly. I mean, I can't wait to see what happens when they actually make it into the game, because some of these, I mean, the plays that we're going to be seeing is going to be probably phenomenal, to be honest, because Ethan picking up this Mina is going to allow a lot of set potential. And not only that, so far Falcon is very frontal heavy and really into the battle type of scenario that they're building here. So I want to see, I think that Minnow is going to come into play, and then Baybeck's picking up the Beatrix. We've seen Baybeck's pick up the Beatrix last time and did fantastic at it. So not only do they have set potentials, they have sustainability, and I think Falcon's going to have a rough time having to deal with this comp that they're going to be paired up against.
Yeah, it absolutely could be a monster of a time to deal with it, and the Beatrix, like you said, has been locked in, so they do have their gold lane secure. A lot of options are still on the board for Falcon here. They're going to go ahead and go with the Claude, which I think is a great matchup here. All he has to do is so far be able to deal with the Minoan Furious, the only knockup currently present to stop the Blazing Duet, which should be easily nullified if they just take the Purify. Outside of that, he has free reign. You got the Blazing Duet, Insta-Cult Ultra. It should perform very nicely for them. All he has to do is make it through a necessarily quiet laning phase. Hopefully not deal with the Beatrix to drop 10 kills before they get out of laning phase in this grand finals here. That'll definitely help them out transition to that late game. But Lapu Lapu going to be picked up though by the side of Lilgun, so a little more backline pressure, a little more damage to help out the Vex here, and the final touch, if you will, the cherry on top for Lilgun's composition.
Yeah, I said it. I felt like the Claude was definitely going to get picked up. Seeing Falcon being able to take that. Benny is also another amazing marksman that I've seen make some crazy plays. So they picked up the Grok. The Paquito has a little bit of the knock up. They got the slow, the knock up, and the solid CC in place. And Claude's just going to be coming in from the back line to kind of mop things up as the time goes. Now, the Lapu Lapu is an interesting pick as well. We haven't seen that too much being played in our current meta, so I really want to see how that fares, how Azen's able to pull off using that Lapu Lapu.
And I mean, like you said, the things that we haven't seen are the things to be expected by teams like this. They're going to dig a little deeper. They're going to go a little straight off the usual path and create some unusual results. Now, looking at this starting out, already getting that EXP in mid lane startup in the top side, looking for the early level 2. Team Lilgun, though, not going to waste any time. They're going to fast clear the way, knowing that's the case, and maybe look to make some impactful plays elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, impactful plays, but hey, we're in game 1 of Falcon Esports versus Team Lilgun. Best out of 5 grand finals. Let's see who can take the win here as they're already battling it out 50 seconds in.
You know something here, Eisen striking down the first blood. Can they find another low HP? Is there, and simple will fall. 2 early kills for Team Lilgun, and G already showing why they are here in the grand finals. Early aggression leading to early victories.
Most definitely. As we're seeing again, it was interesting that they took so many losses so early there, and I think that's a good stepping stone for Team Lilgun, right? They're building their blocks to be able to, secure the final, or just secure a win. And again, this is allowing rotation and pressure to be put onto Benny from Falcon. So Lilgun definitely doing it good, but they're going to have to, I feel like Lilgun's going to have to watch out for Fei Yan, and that's where the Bashia comes into place here, as they're putting so much pressure onto them. Can they lock down this Alice?
Well, that's the great thing about the box here, right? You have regen, but we also have the anti-heal. And the great thing about it, most times the struggle comes in the fact that at level 4, the regen is online, but you still have to build the anti-heal items. Well, Boxia cuts through that. He comes into the battlefield having the anti-heal, so now you can match up on paper with the regen effects that they want to utilize. And this is leading up to the fight here for the Turtle in between Falcon Esports and Team Lilgun. Neither team looks like they want to give an inch. Both want to go the extra mile. A pullback from Faramis with the Shadow Stampede, and a knock-up from Ethan will lead to a kill for Eisen. Yet again, his second kill of the game. We saw the Blade do a wild charge from Simple. Nothing simple about that. Clean and effective. Eisen looking for another kill, picks up his 3rd one. He's on a killing spree. The XP laner for Siberia as the shutdown comes out from PX7. Zara will lock in the Turtle though. Team Lilgun keeping control.
3 minutes in, and we're already 6 kills into this game. These teams have came with the fierceness, and they are boxing it out in this game. Now, kind of looking at what is some of the win conditions here, is that maybe Falcon needs to be a little less aggressive. They thought they had a little bit of the early game presence, but Team Lilgun is countering that. They are showing that they're their early game presence, and it does look like in the top lane, Royal.
We're having a bit of an issue. Royal Milk, he might get caught here, and he does. Zara with the drive-by will lay down the damage, picks up the kill. Team Lilgun adding on. Shadow Stampede won't find a pullback. Ethan, though, with the 2-man knock-up, courtesy of the No One Fear. Here comes Zara looking for another kill. Fayon is in trouble. The flicker in for the aggressive plays, and it will pay off. Forbid with the forbidden play will take him down.
My God, I did not suspect there'd be this much fighting so early in, and then Zara is just constantly in the cold altar.
And they won't stop it. The cold altar will prevail. Bebex locking in his first kill of the game on the Beatrix. Aiko, Lilgun is running away with this one. Now Ryo Milk over the wall as Aizen will pick up that purple buff and steal it away from Fayon. That is an incredible pickup, especially up against the Alice jungle.
Falcon is definitely being pushed against the wall at this point, but I do think we might have a little bit of time to kind of speak on what's going on. Falcon needs to calm down. They're being forced into situations that they can't escape from because of this Boxia. Zara is just always there chasing them down, so they have to watch out, but big plays being made.
That's right, and the Vintage Rage will land down as PX7 will facilitate that kill on to Faram. So he's already back into the map. Thankful to the passive there for the quick respawn. Ethan, though, zoning off the members. Team Lilgun wants this turtle, and they won't be denied. Runner Empathy loads up, but it'll miss the mark here. G, before anything else breaks out, but actually hang on. They're not giving us any moment to breathe here. Team Lilgun has so much aggression. They are punishing simple. Here comes the Minoan Fury. Back away. The power of nature, though, will help them out with the CC immunity. Gee, who would have thought Mongolia would bring this much pressure?
I mean, this is what we expect from a Dark Horse, them to bring the fire and the pain to a team. But Royal Meal kinda might get a good secure here, putting on a lot of pressure under this mid turret. Again, Falcon might be, you know, taking some deaths and not getting too many kills.
Oh no. Forcing out the wild charge. I don't think he will. The power of nature, it may not help him this time. Just does enough to look back into the mainframe of the fight. But X forced out of the flicker, but PX7 will shut down for a bit. Team Lilgun needs to retreat, but actually no! Bring in the power, PX7, double kill. The mid lane from Falcon Esports trying to even things up. Fayon caught into the knockup. Aizen jumping back in, a little bit of damage, but they will go ahead and disengage. It's a bloodbath here in the grand finals for game one.
It's only 6 minutes in, and I think we've had so much play-by-play. It's wild, but the KO might be coming out on Baybex.
Oh man, almost taken down. Hang on, it's a flicker! Get over here!
God, Royal seen the KO moment and took it. Bayback's kinda getting, I would say, a shutdown, but not something you wanted to deal with. The early rotation by them, kinda getting a first look at some items. The Blade of Despair is already picked up by Bayback. So, looking at the marksmen, they're kinda online, but Claude already has the Golden Staff and the Demon Hunter. Falcon able to secure that mid turret. These are the stepping stones Falcon needs to counter Lilgun. Lilgun is definitely bringing all they have, but the playing field is kind of getting even now. The fight's playing out.
And Fayon will strike first on the kill, but the fight's not over here. HP bars are still dropping. The Cult Altar is out of effect, so people can start falling. PX7 will take another. Aizen falls down. Team Lilgun still looking for more. Royal Milk finds the kill for a bid. Double mid laner from Lilgun. Make it a triple. 1, 2, 3. Do you feel me yet? Says Mongolia as they're looking to run away with this one.
I'm telling you. And I mean, even though they lost the mid tower, they're still responding really well. They've secured both left and right tower of Falcon. Falcon kind of just has to calm down. We do see a pause happening here as we get back into the game. I'm not quite sure what happened. Maybe something went down with Falcon's phones here. Does look like they're making some calls as well. Now, going back to kind of what happened to Falcon, they just have to calm down slightly here. You know, they gotta slow their roll. Again, Lilgun is being really aggressive, bold, and Falcon's seeing that. Though Falcon is slowly coming online, even though they have taken quite a few blows, they have given the blows back to Lilgun.
They absolutely are, G. And thankfully, this pause is going to do more than just help them out. It's going to help us out because, like you said, it's been so much play-by-play. I have been ripping and running it right now between both of these teams. So a break was much needed for more than just some technical difficulties here for Phygital Games. But, G, I want to touch on something you brought up a little bit here for Falcon, the Claude pick. Able to pick up some core items, more than one, make that a couple, maybe even a few there. Right now, something interesting. Looking at the statistics here, Claude has actually not done so hot, even though he's been a very high priority pick. He's been in 15 matches, but out of those 15 appearances, he only has 4 wins. Now, the good thing in the favor for Falcon is that they actually account for half of those wins. The 3 times they picked it up, they've secured 2 victories. So absolutely going to be looking to lean into him for being the win condition. It's definitely the thing that is helping uphold this roster so far, and him being able to farm efficiently to transition into that 3 core item and become the menace that the Claude can be. It should help them up against Lilgun, but that's only if Lilgun will allow them breathing space, G, because they have been pressuring them since the minute this game started.
No, exactly. And I mean, they have the ability to keep this pressure going too, because not only does Lilgun Heroes excel in the early game, they're also going to be still holding their own into the mid to late game. So their composition is key. That they knew what they were rolling with into this game. So we'll see how it rolls out here as the teams are still fighting technical difficulties, it seems, on stage. But again, both Falcon, they said they're not giving up. As you can see, they're kind of sweating on stage. You see the napkins on the desk, and it does look like the game is back and rolling again. Kind of getting into a little bit of things here. Falcon just really needs to focus on clearing the side turrets at this point. They're doing good. They've caught a couple blows against Team Lilgun, and I think they're going to still be throwing their own. They have lost a little bit of gold, but I only think that the difference in gold is because of the towers. Looking at some items, Ice Queen Wand picked up by a PX7. That is going to be helping them secure some of these team fights. And also, we're looking at Royal Milk has this sustainability built. So, and then the Claude probably about to be online, but we got to count. Baybex does have more gold than Benny right now, so we'll have to keep an eye on if Baybex can stay back. I do think that's going to be a key factor in Team Lilgun winning this match. But Falcon, they're just slowly off their game, just a little bit of farming, and they'll be back in it. Working.
Speaking of things being back in it right now, Falcon Esports on a battle back into the game. We saw them pick up that tier 3 tower up in the top side. The members of the team cutting off the rotation from Team Lilgun. But look at this, a concealed play from them. They want to maybe look to punish Eisen, stacking the slow, the Void Crystals on top. They force out the Brave Fighter stance. And with that Lord spawning in, that's going to be pretty crucial for Team Lilgun's composition to be missing that, because now they lose a lot of that backline potential. And Falcon Esports looking to capitalize. They're trying to blitz out this Lord, even with the members of Lilgun in their face. Now look at the backside. You can see Royal Milk coming for the flank here. They could look to force the fight. Knockout strike on top of Eisen, but they're going to go ahead and wisely back off, just zoning out that bottom tower. They want to go ahead and get the tier 3 in the bot side of the map, and Falcon Esports showing why they are a formidable foe on the competitive scene.
I mean, this is all Falcon need. It was this little bit of breathing room. They were dodging, taking hits, back and forth, swinging. They were also swinging back at Lilgun, but it does look like they've kind of round up and put Lilgun in a little bit of a back against the wall situation here. This Lord barreling down is going to give them the space they need, and it looks like Falcon is kind of feeling good now.
Absolutely. That's going to be an easy tower. It was already about 1 tap. Here comes the knockout strike, though. Will they look for more? The Lord still has a lot of HP to work with. They have a minion wave in the mid side. They can go ahead and look to push as every member from Mongolia is playing up to the top side tower, defending the high ground. This should be the easy tier 2. You can see the roll around from the speed wheels. Ooh, I thought he was about to jump in there, but he hit a quick 180. That could have been bad for them if he would have committed to that engage.
Yeah, and again, I mean, I like that Little Gun's playing on the defensive now, but they need to possibly make a play and bring back that aggression in order to turn something around here. But it's a level 14 jungle versus a level 12 jungle on Little Gun. So again, they are put up against back of the wall.
And this is what they've been looking for. This is the engagement. Very nice from them. The RWM is already going to use Ethan, trying to find the Minoan Fury, but we'll find nobody there. No one will fall in between both teams, but you can feel the intensity. The tension is there. All you need is a little bit more execution, and we could see one of these teams fall here.
No, Falcon, they're feeling really good right now, pushing Little Gun back. But I got to give it up to Little Gun. Like, they're taking blows now. Their sustainability, they're building their defensive items to be able to sustain against Falcon Esports. Again, the gold is now shifted into Falcon Esports' pocket at this point. So they're looking to make the plays as Czar's in trouble.
He is in trouble. Banish Rage will go out. They won't find the kill on him. Zara and Simple both were dropped dangerously low there. So another cold ending engagement. Hang on here. Zara spinning, wheeling and dealing. Potentially looking for a play. Need to be careful. You can see Falcon Esports maybe warming up for something at any point. The BMI goes down. Ready to disengage at a moment's notice. And he will use it, the slicky marksman, to escape.
He was looking to bait out some type of a utility there, but Little Gun definitely seen it. A conceal play, possibly on Royal Milk.
Oh, he needs to be careful. I think he's in trouble. It's too late. The Minoan Fury will secure the kill. Team Lilgun finds the number advantage on the map, but Lord is being blitzed out by Falcon Esports, and that's a good wall from Simple. He's keeping them out of the way. It looks simple, but it's so complicated for many reasons, and Fayon will go ahead and pick it up. Aizen, Brave Fighter, stands out of the fight, but it looks like they want the engage. Actually, Wild Charge goes down. Blaze Duet from Benji, not really connecting, gets stopped by Ethan. Real manipulation will drop down, though, on top of Mongolia. Benji finds an angle, finds a kill. Fayon looking for a buttbacks, but the wall will take him down. That's one way to roadblock somebody. Ethan trying to escape with the Minotaur, but not fast enough. We'll have to use the flicker. Fayon looking for Forbid. Out of the map, out of terrain, in uncharted territories, but it does not matter. Fayon will shut him down.
Fayon said a map. Go for it.
Aizen. Hold on. The 1v3, Brave Fighter stance. He's definitely the bravest warrior in my books. Looking for the 1v3. I don't think he believes he can save anything as he gets hit by the Wild Charge, the knockout strike. Oh, he's still alive, but Royal Milk will go ahead and spill on him and take him down.
Yeah, they were just trying to hold out, bait some time to allow a lot of their team back, but they don't want to stop now.
The Blazing Duet dealing a good amount of entry damage. Charge passive from Lord will drop the high ground tower to less than half HP. RWM looking to punish. Will not pick up the kill, but it will force the Cult Altar. Team Lilgun will not have that extra sustainability as Falcon Esports will look for the final push. They have every member up. Aizen still down. Nibiru's passion goes out nice and early, but it stopped. Ethan finds the knockup. Immortality is popped. Final march still going. Two members are very low to the side of Team Lilgun. Ethan, can he make it back in time? They narrowly escaped. They're still holding. The crystal base is not being focused. One cannon minion left all alone on both sides. I think Team Lilgun will hold the line here. They will hold the frontier, hold the defense, but look, the Blaze Duet, the win condition, as Mabex will get taken down by PX7. Falcon Esports will not be denied. They will not back away. Still looking for more BMI out there from Benji. Will they stay? They're thinking about it. They have two more mini waves coming in. Here comes Fayon with the Blood Ode, trying to clear out the waves. Aizen in a bit of a 1v5. Might have overdone it. Benji looking to be the win condition. Picks up one. Monster from PX7. A double kill from the gold later from Falcon Esports. And they will strike first in the best of 5.
Falcon Esports taking the win against Little Gun in the best of 5 here. That, I mean, look at it. They're happy. Good camaraderie right there between each other. Again, Little Gun came out hot and ready to take on the Falcons to try to clip their wings, but Falcon did soar high here. So interesting gameplay. They did not want to give up the fight, even though Lilgun showed a lot of pressure in the early stage. As we can see, Benny, again, was the win condition here, 3-0-9, but also PX7 scaled really well with this Yves being 7-1-6. Again, the combination of both of them played key factors into the win for Falcon.
Absolutely. And you know, it's so crazy, but this is just the difference in composition. Obviously, I feel like Team Lilgun played the early game almost to perfection, if you will. They played it so strong, had Falcon Esports on the back ropes, but just not enough to go ahead and get it done there. Fayon and Benji coming alive in the late game. PX7 also carrying the team through in a lot of those team fights, 35% team damage on the Eve, absolutely trying to provide a little bit of extra oomph, if you will, to the composition, and absolutely shown the way through for them.
Exactly. I mean, again, I personally think the Yves Claude combo is what really set the deal there. But again, Royal Milk on this Phygital just soared. I mean, the knockups, the everything. But again, looking at the MVP from Falcon Esports, Benny, looking at 3-0-9, 27% of his team's damage, and of course secured a lot of gold. Had his Purify in his pocket to be able to put on that damage and deal the final blow to Team Lilgun.
And this is honestly what I was talking about early on, leaning in to the statistics there. They are one of the teams that actually make the Claude work. Out of the 4 appearances now, they got 3 wins. They're trying to help boost that win rate. It's pretty low, but Falcon Esports trying to turn that narrative. Like I said, one of the teams to be able to get it done, and it again became the MVP for their composition. So obviously something to lean into. I'm wondering though, G, heading into game 2, will it be denied, or will they maybe take more answers for the Claude? Because we did point it out during the draft, there was only one actual answer for the Claude, and that was the Minotaur, right? With the Minoan Fury. It was the only reliable way to stop it. Outside of that, the Blazing Duet was free to be utilized. So either they need to go ahead and take it away from Falcon Esports, a team we know is very comfortable with the Claude and will look to seek out and prioritize it, or they need more answers, because one is just not enough against one of the teams that are trigger happy for the Claude.
Yeah, I mean, I think both teams can excel utilizing the Claude. I really think they picked the Yves early on, and that kind of, I felt like, sealed the deal. Normally when we see the Yves picked up so early, it's hard to deal with, but they opted to go fair miss, which maybe a Valentina should have been the counter option or the play by Team Lilgun to be able to handle that. Yeah, they had sustainability, but Falcon Esports was so aggressive, and that Claude just shredded that Coulter anytime it was played out. So, like, it was just a rough time for Team Lilgun. They knew that they needed to put a lot of pressure in the early game, attempt to get the snowball, but Falcon just ran with the blows and was able to make a comeback.
And I mean, courtesy or kudos to them. I mean, again, they did meet a bit of the condition. Now, the issue with that is a lot of those kills, actually all of those kills, had little to no effect to Claude. After a certain point through the laning phase, he was still 0-0-6. He had suffered no deaths. He was not put behind. You even pointed that out. He had those 2 core items kind of early in the match.
Literally.
Yeah, early, with the farm being uninterrupted. So if they are going to try to bring that early pressure, you got to place it appropriately, right? Got to show some love up there to the gold lane. You got to set the Claude behind. If the Claude's picking up the Demon Hunter sword around the 4-minute mark, you're not doing your job, because that's the normal time he'll go ahead and pick it up. You got to delay the item spike. You got to delay them from using it. And I'm glad you actually pointed out the fact that Team Lilgun also likes to pull out the Claude. The only difference being, though, is that they have found no success with it. Out of the 2 appearances they went ahead and slotted the Claude, they lost both games. So even taking the denial pick, taking the Claude themselves may not be a great idea, just because they haven't performed with it, and actually might go ahead and make their gold lane suffer. So I'm thinking at this point, again, either we got to get it out of the board or they need to take something lane harassing. They took the Beatrix, but maybe we need to look for things more like the Brody, maybe the Leslie early on, because we know Falcon's going to look for the Claude. So we need to go ahead and start building up some counterplay.
Yeah, and it also seems that Falcon Esports loves to take the Yve, as we've seen them first pick it. So that is another anticipation that Team Lilgun has to build upon, right? Like, that might be a priority ban, but they did seem to always prioritize assassins as well, because Falcon does like to use those assassins. So we'll have to definitely see. We'll definitely have to see. Now, kind of diving into the situation that's coming up, Falcon Esports looking at what they're going with here. I don't, again, coming into the draft, we'll kind of see what goes down, but we'll have to see. I think they're going to still attempt to try to build or to ban assassins when it comes to things for Falcon. They don't want to see those assassins be in play, but that Alice is also another key pick by Falcon. So again, they just ran with their best ability of utilizing that Alice. So I do feel like Team Lilgun might need to pull something out of their pocket and, you know, pick maybe that Lunox gold lane. They have to pick something that's a little bit different, maybe slow their gun down a little bit and not go so aggressive into the early stage. And I feel like that'd be one of the win conditions that they definitely have to do here for Falcon to counter Falcon here. You know, the Mongolia team was definitely, they were aggressive into the early stage, and they're going to have to keep that aggression up. They can't let Falcon breathe, because the moment they do let Falcon have some breathing room, that's the moment we've seen the tide switch, is when Falcon was able to make a play. And again, kind of building off of what you were saying earlier, Quirky, was that they really just need to press their aggressions in the right area. A lot of the aggressions were just random fights throughout the map. And normally we want to see these fights incur in like key areas. Like maybe you'll probably want to go after the gold lane again to deny that gold, to close some of that gap that the gold lanes have to deal with. And of course, that's what they have to do to change the tide that we have here. Falcon versus Lilgun, though, is going to be a great come up. I don't think Team Lilgun's going to sit down and take these beatings lightly. I feel like they're going to definitely come back. As you've seen, they knew how to take their blows as well as Falcon did. Again, they just have to be a little mindful on some of the key factors that Falcon has already played, right? You know, picking up that Eve early was a little rough for Lilgun. So we'll see how they respond here into this banning pick phase. And I see my boy Quirky back. He's always disappearing on me in the early stage, but always comes back for the draft.
Hey, gone when I'm not necessarily needed, but when you need someone here up here on the draft with my man Aiko, I'm gonna come back. I'm always there when you need me, not when you want me. That's what you gotta take away from this. But what we're gonna start take away from here, Lilgun looking to ban out the Kadita again in the Navaria. So both teams starting to repeat some of the bans. Now, we talked about some things that might need to be changed from Team Lilgun. Obviously, Falcon ended up winning. May not have been the prettiest victory, but again, if you find the win, if it's not broke, I like to say you don't need to fix it. Now, Team Lilgun already making a quick adjustment. They're going to ban out the Alice. They don't want Fayon to be able to take this. They win with it with the Angela, and they won without the Angela. So definitely something to take off the board here. Now, we're going to have to wonder, they do have first pick, so if they do want to allow some things through, maybe prior the first pick, it will be okay. So I'm wondering, do we get rid of this Claude? That's the real question. Is it going to be allowed to be put through? Because we already pointed out the fact that the denial pick won't be available for them. Or if they do, it won't be as beneficial because they aren't very successful with the Claude pick themselves. So if they give it up, they're giving up one of the pretty strong points of Team Falcon right now.
Yeah, and I pointing out from kind of what I'm seeing on the stage here, it does look like Team Falcon's coaches grabbed the mic and grabbed the phone. So they're trying to make some real key plays here on trying to counter Team Lilgun. They seen how aggressive they were in the early stage. Though Falcon was able to fight back, they're probably gonna have to be dealing with that again. Now they go to ban the Angela. The Angela again has been banned or picked 100% of the time. So I don't think there's ever going to be a time that it doesn't get banned or it doesn't get picked here. Now, the big thing I want to notice is, are they going to pull out the Boxia again? Like that's an interesting pick. Like, do they pull that out since the Yeeve's already gone? But again, we didn't even see the Uranus last game, and that is still a viability for a pick to come up.
It is indeed, and as the #1 pick in this tournament thus far, like we've been saying, if it does get through, you can best believe it'll get picked up either in the first pick or those 2 swingback picks from red side, unless it gets banned out here. But so far, it doesn't look like there's any indication of it being taken off the board. Again, the Angela's missing from it, but we know Team Falcon can make these type of picks work without it, and they're going to go ahead and leave it on the board. They get rid of the Minotaur, I believe, there from their side. So taking away what Lilgun had, that did help them a little bit, the Minoan Fury, but I think they're also trying to set up that Claude pick again here, G.
Yeah, and I mean, all assassins are available as well right now.
They are.
That is huge. Like, we're probably going to see some type of assassin show themselves here. I don't think we've had the opportunity to see too many Lings in gameplay, but they opt to first pick a Fredrin. I want to know what's like going through their head right now to first pick a Fredrin, because like the Boxia is now open, and I feel like Falcon could roll through with that. And to be honest, like this might be the best time to pick a Claude. I mean, we just seen Falcon pull that through, and dealing with a Fredrin, what better person to pick than a Claude?
You know, I wouldn't be surprised maybe like if they don't pick it here, I think they'll still be okay because they still have the 3rd pick before we go into the bans. They don't necessarily have to take the Claude right here. They could take something like the Uranus because we know Team Lilgun would like to play for it, but they're going to go ahead and take it anyways. They want to secure it nice and early. They don't even want to leave a denial pick on the board for Team Lilgun to go ahead and take it away from them. I still necessarily don't think they needed to. I don't think Lilgun would have challenged them in that way just because, again, 0% win rate with the Claude when it's put in their composition, put in their hands. I just don't think it's something they could reliably go for. But like you said, the coach is here with the mic, with the phone, and he said we're taking no chances.
He's thinking like me. He's thinking like me at this point.
No chances here. Look, it's a best of 5 here. We need to get all our aces into our hands as early as possible, and I feel like that's what we're seeing here from Falcon.
Yeah, exactly. And now, I mean, Team Lilgun has to have a response to this, right? Now, they're probably anticipating on what they want to go mage wise right now. They're already dealing with a Valentina. PX7 we just seen last game went 7-1, so they know that they can handle it, and they opt to just give the co-alter to Falcon as well, picking up the Faramis once again. Now they do opt to go with the Charizla this roundabout, while Royal Milk goes with the Uranus. Again, Charizla's a really good EXP lane that does give sets, you know, versus Uranus is more of like heavy pressure, being that annoyance on the battlefield that can kind of come into the back line and, you know, control the lane. So I really want to see, I think it's going to come down to how each EXP lane builds their hero here. But it does look like Falcon's responding with getting rid of a Leslie. Leslie is a great counter to Claude, so banning that out into the 2nd phase is a really good option by Falcon.
You know, I'm really curious, you know, you're talking about the bans out here, but the picks are a little surprising from Falcon and Team Lilgun. Now, from Falcon, this is even more surprising because this is, again, grand finals, right? We're talking about picking up the aces, you know, the best picks possible for them to go ahead and take this win. Now, this Valentina pick, mind you, is the first time that PX7 has picked it up throughout this entire tournament. Falcon has not used this pick at all until right now. So bit of a question mark for me on why they wanted to go for that right now, specifically in this part of the grand finals, where this is where it's all, it all comes down to. But on the flip side, Lilgun, Faramus, this is their second time picking it up. We already talked about how Faramus has barely been utilized so far in the tournament. It's been used one time by Lilgun in one of those occurrences, and they were able to successfully find a win on it. So maybe trying to dabble into something else that worked for them a little bit previously in the tournament so far. But in that mid lane, both of these picks are not exactly the pick for these teams. So I'm wondering how that's going to translate in the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll have to just find out what they can do with those picks. Sincerely, I feel like that'd be the biggest factor by Falcon now. Now, I feel, again, they're pretty squishy from the side of Falcon. I think I'm going to probably... Nope, they already got rid of the Beatrix. So maybe the only marksman that they can kind of throw out there now is maybe a Brody. Picking up a Brody. They might be picking up a Clint, but Fayon going... Man, I felt like this Boxia was going to come out here because, again, I mean, it's a good play to counter Zara on this Fredrin as well. They're always getting the Guardian Helm on a Fredrin, so that's going to slow his roll on being able to sustain and stay into battles while also dealing with the Colt Ulter. Again, that's what Benny's here for, the Claude. You said it already, when Falcon uses Claude, it's kind of their win conditions. So we can see that already being built by Falcon. But I do like the Franco pick. Baybax does pick up a carry. I even forgot about the carry, to be honest. But that is a really good marksman to be able to handle a Boxia and a Uranus.
Yeah, not just the Boxia and Uranus, but even the Claude matchup. Right, it plays really well into that in the laning phase and outside of it, just because the Blazing Duet with the Wind of Nature combination you normally see doesn't work on carry because of the speedy light wheels. It's all true damage. So you can't come in and just immune the damage while happily dealing all that AoE, which we saw him do a lot last game. There were really no answers, but now there are quite a few. I do think it's going to come down to execution on what this Franco can do. Can they land the Bloody Hunt successfully? Because while the Claw does counter out this Frederick, while it does counter out this Faramus, you have to get through the roadblocks, the obstacles first, which will be laning phase up against carry, which will be into those fights, avoiding the Bloody Hunt. It's a couple checks and balances here, G, and I'm liking what both these teams have drafted, especially with the Franco and carry. It definitely took Lilgun's composition to a whole different level.
Oh yeah, 100%. And I mean, hey, that's what we needed to see. The Franco is going to be there, but Simple picked up this Kufra, which is going to be a good counter against Forbid and Zara here, Zarex. So I want to see, and then even Bayback's here, right? Like, that's going to be a huge counter. But getting into game 2, Falcon Esports versus Team Lilgun. Best out of 5 here. We still got quite a few games, and Team Lilgun wants to fight back. The audience prediction, 61% to Team Lilgun. They are really believing into the dark horses of Mongolia.
And honestly, what a great grand finals, man. I mean, like you said, this is game 2. We're getting closer and closer to seeing who's going to be victorious here in the Phygital Game Tournament. A little bit of pressure, though, down to the outside of that, but right onto the response. It's a 4v2, making a 4v3 and a huge knockup. This could be gigantic as far as results for Falcon Esports. They pick up 1 kill. Low HP, they need to retreat. Forbidden looking to punish, looking to find the trade. The Ghostbusters won't be able to find one, so Falcon Esports will walk away unscathed and in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, right there, we can already see that Forbid just, Faramus doesn't have a lot of early game kill potential to, deal enough damage to Royal at that point to be able to get it. My bad. Here's the actual audience predictions. It looks like it's 39% Lilgun, 61% Falcon. My bad. It's actually Myanmar that is in the lead for the fan predictions.
And rightfully so, I guess. I mean, they did win game 1. in a very unforeseen scenario where they were losing pretty hard out to Team Lilgun, but they just weren't able to close out. So Falcon Esports winning the hearts of many here in the grand finals, but leaving them taking game 2. But speaking of things being taken, Fayon working on this turtle already. Uncontested, no one there to challenge him, and I don't think Team Lilgun really has a chance, especially with this. But he goes for the iron hook, but now he's gonna get punished. But hand goes Zora with the backdoor retribution. He will win it out. Cold Alter coming from the side of Team Lilgun, hoping for the sustain. No one has fallen just yet. They're looking to make the plays. The Praiser 5 drops, and here comes the turnaround play from Team Lilgun. They steal the turtle, and now they will steal the lives. That huge hook from Ethan, bringing a kill over to Eyes and Aiko. It looks like we're in for another bloodbath.
Ethan being able to secure that hook is great. Now they have to have a response to Benny, and they are hunting him alive. I actually thought they were to go in, but the bloody hunt was not there for Ethan. They already seen that he utilized the little image of his monkey to get out of there. So again, that would have been a perfect time to jump and collapse on Benny, but they're seeking other targets. Hooks aplenty. They have to really keep an eye on that. As you can see, Benny and Royal Milk have the Purify to be able to possibly get out of a hook, but not a bloody hunt. That is going to be the key factor from Falcon, is to be dodging these hooks and dodging these bloody hunts from Ethan. Now, from Lilgun really has to pull these hooks in and capitalize on them. Fayon in a little bit of trouble, but is thick, right? Lilgun still has to, you know, gain a little bit more gold to secure. You know, they're attempting to try to start a snowball here, but a retry comes out by Zara there. Doesn't really pull nothing out of it. But Benny knows that and is trying to stay away from conflict here. Both teams holding their own here, Quirky.
Speaking of holding things, Royal Milk down there with a high cut behind the tier 2, showing you the earnest pick. It looks like maybe he's going to be looking to cut into the base, but look at his top side. Simple, forced out on the flicker with the Kufra. They're looking to pinch him in sandwich maneuver here potentially. They haven't left. Maybe looking to punish a rotation here from PX7. You can see PX7 feels like there's something up ahead. Wisely going to turn around, but there's threats everywhere for him. Eyes in the bush could look for the penalty zone, and I think he just might forbid a little bit of poke with the Ghostbusters, and there it goes. The penalty zone has been called into play. 50-50 up for the turtle. Cold Alter comes down, and who's going to win it? Zara will lock this in. Eisen takes the kill on to Simple, but it's a complicated, messy fight happening in the river now. PX7 all alone, taken down. Double kill for the XP laner from Team Lilgun. Speedy Light Will's trying to take down Royal Milk. They're trying to make it turn rotten, and I think they will, but Bex finds the kill, the true damage, bringing true pain and agony to Falcon Esports, and now they're stripping away the gold plating from the tier 3 tower in the mid lane. Simple charging up. He dives in, but why? There's no follow-up here. He's going to be punished. They want the tower, but now they want it all. They're going to take him down. Ill-advised play from Simple there.
Man, I mean, this is looking just kind of like last game. I mean, the aggression early on by Team Lilgun, though Falcon is now taking these punches not with a stride. They're not able to punch back, and they're not giving the breathing room that they did get last time, and Lilgun needs to keep this pressure up to be able to keep Falcon against that wall. If any type of comeback happens, Bex being pushed though.
Speaking of coming back, Ethan throwing out the hook, gonna miss the mark, but here comes this Ghost Stampede here. Not gonna be able to pull anyone back for a kill, but they're not done. Lilgun, a little more aggression. Zura into the bush with the Fredrin. Not able to find anyone, but he's gonna bring the pressure now over to the purple buff here potentially. He's contesting and challenging the 1v2, but Forbid's not too far away. Neither is Ethan, and here comes Eisen from the other side of the map. He is looking to potentially contest, but he has to go back and answer to Royal Milk. But here comes the Shadow Stampede through the tower and over the crab wall onto Smile. Not able to find the kill. Tyrant's Revenge onto Zoro. Lands the Energy Eruption. He's very low, and the Appraiser Raft is still in his pocket. He could look to one shot here. They land the Bloody Hunt. Cold Alter comes down from both sides. When is he going to drop it? It's still in his pocket. Blaze Blood goes out from Benji. Charge up. But Bex finds the double kill here in the midst of the fight. Zora.
Oh my god.
Looking to make some more plays happen. Eisen, Benji, be careful. Eisen finds the penalty zone as Gods forbid will help him take him down. Simple. Caught in between a rock and a hard place, literally. Tarisla in the terrain as Royal Milk will find the trade here. It's a bloodbath. 7-minute mark, 10-2. Lilgun bringing out the big guns.
The big guns for sure. I mean, again, Lilgun is being very, very aggressive, and they're cutting off and choking out Falcon at this point. Fei Yan getting caught as well. Hey, Beck's able to secure that kill. Again, Falcon needs to calm down, slow their roll, and allow Simple to kind of get a play. They are making these micro mistakes, and Lilgun is capitalizing on it. And they are looking for the full steamroll here, as they are just, you know, they're just going right in to clear a lot of the tier 2 turrets, and Falcon has none.
And we saw this pressure last game, but it seems a little more focused. They're not too over ambitious, not making too many mistakes. The kills they've gotten haven't been really traded out. Last time when there was this much aggression, it seemed like Falcon Esports was able to walk away with little small victories. Maybe not going completely even, but walking away with something to keep the deficit from being too large. But right now we're staring at a 6K deficit, G, and Team Lilgun is looking to keep that pressure up. Like you said, they are choking out the life from Falcon Esports, and if they can keep that momentum up, it should be all right.
No, exactly. It does seem, again, like I said, Falcon seems to be slowing the roll at this point. Lilgun is constantly looking for an invade or an engage. As you can see, the hooks are what they really have to dodge here. Looking at some items, but a concealed play made on Royal Milk.
The call has been made. It's a cleanup in aisle 3 as they're going to spill the milk all down the bot lane. There's Bebex will pick up his 5th kill of the game. The narrative has been flipped this time around here, G.
Yes, as you said, they're now just kind of cleaning up some lanes. Falcon, though, if they can get situated and be able to contest this Lord that's going to be coming up, I feel like they could have some type of comeback or breathing room, and that's about all they can do. If they're not able to contest this Lord, they better mount the most formidable defense that Lilgun's ever seen in their history of MLBB to stop this Lord, and it is melting fast, and I don't think they're going to be able to contest this. Again, they are trying to make a play here. Quirky.
And that defense you're talking about, it's going to be a little harder to pull off this time, mainly because of the difference in the mid lane. PX7 on the Valentina, it's not like the Eve. You don't have all that long range, all that poke, all that good zoning with the real world manipulation. And also, mind you, Aiko, PX7 is 0-3-1 on the Valentina, and I brought it up in the draft. I questioned the pick. They've never utilized it before in the tournament so far during Phygital Games, and you can see the difference in performance from the Eve to the Valentina here, being punished, suffering KDA-wise, and Falcon Esports suffering right alongside him.
Yeah, I mean, comfort picks are where it's at, but there's also, other than the Cold Altar, that's the only thing that they're able to take. They do have that, so they are attempting to make it, but a penalty zone.
I said looking to put someone in the big box of boo-boos as Bebex will find the kill on the Simple. Blaze Duet from Benji. He's just trying to clear out the way, but Bebex is trying to clear out the names of Falcon Esports. He has a double, and he's looking for a little bit more eyes and trying to bring the pain with the big hammer, but he's going to get the immortality popped. Fayon looking to connect, but he will not. Instead, he will be punished himself. 3 members down from Falcon Esports. Simple spawning back in 5, and they desperately need some immediate assistance. Team Lilgun wants to close this out. They're going to look to make the big plays. Royal Milk caught out in between the true damage from Bebex. Low on mana, low on HP, but not low on IQ. They're going to make the right call and back away here, G.
Yeah, man, I mean, there's just, again, no breathing room for Falcon. They're trying to make plays, but Lilgun is just able to make it away with all the HP they possibly can. Immortality is already being picked up by Lilgun, and we're already seeing Falcon just doesn't have items. It is 15-2, almost, I think it's like a 12k gold difference at this point. It's rough. I mean, EXP 8,400 gold to 6,400, 9,700 gold to 6,900 gold in the gold lane. I mean, that is about a 3k gold difference, and that is rough alone. Benny's just not able to get online at this point, but he is only 0-1-0, so he's attempting to try to come back. And I think it might have to be because of he went with Quantum Charge on his emblem instead of sustainability. So he doesn't have sustainability. He wanted to be quicker, but I don't know if you want it to be this quick against Team Lilgun.
I don't think they're quick enough. Team Lilgun has had the tempo, has had the pace the whole time. I mean, gee, look at the gold economy. 41,000 at the 12-minute mark. Falcon Esports still trying to cross the 30K mark, and they just barely reached it. So an 11K deficit right now. GTA, you're familiar with this Aiko. Normally, you call it just for a year for the Aiko experience, but this is really Grand Theft Auto here. This is a big money heist from Team Lilgun.
I see. And I mean, they're just not able to even attempt to take any or approach neutral objectives at all. They really just have to continuously stop lanes that are pushing in. Again, they mounted up a great defense the first time around. I do think that this one's going to be even harder than the last defense, but that is the only key option Falcon has. They're doing a dancing mechanism. I don't know if this is how you power up to get your defense to max level, but they're going to need it.
It seems like they're doing a little bit of it reminds me, you do the rain dance, right? If you dance hard enough, maybe the MLBB gods will bless you. Well, Team Lilguns are non-believers here as they're about to march down with the Luminous Lord. All waves are synced nearly perfectly here, G. One wave crashing into the wave, Lord staggering in by itself. Forbid looking for a nice Shadow Stampede. A flicker, penalty zone, and Bloody Hunt. That's going to be an immediate kill on PX7, but Bex will take him down shortly. Two members are gone, trying to make it 3. Royal Milk makes it back to base narrowly, but now, speaking of base, the Crystal base will be focused. Benji finds a kill, but it's all to no avail. Team Lilgun, the power of the Mongolian warriors, Aiko.
Again, I mean, now it's 1-1. We are starting back from the beginning. It is now even. Lilgun versus Falcon. Lilgun being able to take a win this time around. Man, I mean, they showed out. They showed this pressure heavy in the first game, but they brought it even harder in the second game. Fairness, again, this is the same pick as last time. This time actually showing out, going 2-1-14, securing the MVP. But Baybex 8-0-4. The gold lane never seen a death. And again, I mean, their whole team just played very coherent and together, and they rolled with every punch and didn't let Falcon recover. 17-3. Look at their team fight participation.
I mean, I don't know if this is the appropriate time for the saying, but they absolutely choked the chicken on Falcon Esports here. 17-3. I mean, Zaru, the KDA, he went flawless this time. Last game, he struggled right on the box. He fell behind level-wise to Fayon on the Alice, but this time he didn't take the disrespect lightly last game. He absolutely played out of his mind, gapped Fayon, as the rest of the team did what they needed to do to propel them to victory. And look at Bebex here. 61% turret damage, but also was in 71% of the team fight. So absolutely getting done on both ends. And you gotta love this one, G, especially yourself. I know you love the mid lane. Forbid, the MVP, 100% team fight. I mean, that's exactly what you want from a guy wielding the Cult Altar on Faramis. He's there for every engagement, saving lives. Only 3 kills given over to Falcon Esports, so I think he did a pretty good job there, Aiko.
No, I mean, securing that was what they needed, right? Again, Team Lilgun, their comp was a little questionable in this time in the first game, but then Falcon came in with a little bit of a questionable comp. That Valentina being secured, it kind of didn't play out. I thought the fairness was going to be a little bit of a problem, but Forbid gets the MVP for Team Lilgun into game 2, 2-1, 15, 29% of their team damage. Definitely what we want to see from a Fairness in the mid lane.
Yeah, Forbid was the biggest gun on the Lilgun roster here in this match for game 2. And G, like you said, things have been reset. It's 1-1. And in the competitive scene, that's the same thing as starting from scratch. Everything is back on the board. Everything is back even in this best of 5. And this is exactly what we were hoping for the grand finals, a back and forth. And not only is it a back and forth, G, on the score, but even in the game. I mean, it's a bloodbath out there. Game 1, we seen them tear each other apart. Every single fight, every single minute. Game 2 wasn't much different. The only difference there is that it seemed like Lilgun were stopped pulling their punches. We saw them bring so much aggression from game 1, but game 2 somehow, some way, were even more aggressive than they were the first game, and I did not think that was possible.
Hey, same. I mean, they didn't let the loss pull them down. If anything, it pulled them up, and they showed their guns. So it was interesting to see from these two teams. So it does look like there is something going on. So we shall be seeing you guys here in a couple minutes once the teams get settled. Hopefully. I don't know. from our pause, our short break here. My boy Quirky over there. Again, we are in the grand finals, 1-1. Falcon Esports versus Lilgun. We're at a standstill, a tie, and I want to see who is gonna break this tie at this point, Quirky.
And I mean, again, man, another much needed pause, because these teams go crazy here for the grand finals of the Phygital Games tournament. And again, we have to say it, I said it once before, but again, this event, amazing, put on, organized, broadcasted by Siberia Studios. They got us here together. They got you guys here, the community, for the event. They got me, they got my man Aiko on the desk to provide this amazing commentary for this even more amazing gameplay. And I hope you guys are enjoying this half as much as we are casting it, because we're having a ball up here on the desk. So I hope you're having a ball with us in the chat, man. Let us know what's been keeping this so electrifying for you. And like G said, who's gonna break this tiebreaker and who's gonna take it all? You gotta let us know. But G, for our own opinion here, I can't even tell who's going to be able to get it done, because again, it's been back and forth with these fights, all these engagements, and I think this is something I don't even think these teams were expecting, man, from each other.
Yeah, no, exactly. And it just seems like Falcon is having to run with the punches. They just have to figure out how to absorb Lilgun's punches at this point, because they come hot and heavy early on. And Falcon just, first game, they seen it coming, you know, rolled with them. Second game, they seen him coming, but then got taken out with the punches, so they weren't able to roll with the punches as heavy as the first game. So I want to see them come back with something. They did have a little bit of a break, so that is the time that both teams need to kind of strategically think about what way to approach this. And it might seem that Falcon needs to build a little bit tankier to be able to handle all of this aggressiveness of Lilgun.
I don't even know if it's just the tankiness that they need for the composition. It's the play style for me that is clearly being shined through by Lilgun. I mean, when you talk about a team that can set tempo, right, which is so important, because the tempo is going to lead to you getting the first strike, whether it comes for these ganks, whether it comes for setting up for these neutral objectives, crossing the river for these invades. Lilgun is checking off all the boxes in my books for a team that is executing their early game proficiently. I mean, game one, like I said, almost near perfection, right? They didn't do too much wrong. I just feel like maybe they just didn't execute things maybe at the right timings. But game two, I said near perfection then, but this was textbook when you talk about our early game snowball advantage. They took the lead and they never gave it back. I mean, Aiko at one point, it was an 11K gold lead. That doesn't happen often at the professional scene. It's hard to beat a team that bad at this level of gameplay.
Yeah, you know, once you get into that type of snowballing, it's kind of hard to get out of it, right? Like, or even to stop the other team from snowballing. Again, the only real way to do that is to possibly take a Lord, right? Like, so being able to take a Lord is the only thing that Falcon had in their hands. But again, Lilgun just never gave any room for them to breathe. So with that being said, they just have to watch out for that, or they need to really pick a draft that gives them the viability to breathe. Now, a thing that happened that neither team really responded to is that assassins were not banned in that game. So you could have maybe went with a Ling or something that had the viability to be able to turn tides like that, right? So with them not picking up something that could turn those tides, I do feel like was a little bit of a problem. But looking at our rosters here,
a little bit of a refresher, maybe for those of you that are just joining us at this point of the grand finals heading into game 3. It's Falcon, it's Lilgun, Mongolia versus Myanmar. On the left, we got Simple, PX7, Fayon, Benny, and Royal Milk. And over there from Lilgun, we got Forbid, Ethan, Bebex, Zaru, and Aizen. Those are going to be the 5-man rosters in between these respective teams for the respective regions, and every single player on them needs your utmost respect, because believe me, they've been laying it all on the line. If the tie right now currently in the series isn't any indication of that, just take my word for it, because I've been casting all of it alongside my man Aiko. So welcome to all our newcomers, and I hope the rest of you that have been with us here since the start are glued to your seats like we are, literally, because this is just what we're doing for the next couple hours with you for the grand finals. But I would want to be here anyways, man, because these teams are electrifying, and not just that, but they're entertaining.
Right, and I mean, I was suspecting people to be a little bit more, both players, teams to be more technical, but I mean, right now, again, they're going in hot, throwing punches left and right. And I mean, of course, there is the micro plays that play major factors into those fights. It's just crazy that there's so much early aggression by Lilgun, and I think the only way to handle aggression in Mobile Legends at this point is to handle it with your own aggression. So Falcon kind of has to hold it out. If they can't handle the team Lilgun's aggression, they really need to get into a technical position to be able to bait them into an area, or to pull them into something that I like to say is like a Venus flytrap, right? You see your food, you drag them to where you want them to be, and then you collapse on them. That is the only thing that I could possibly think that Falcon can do with a heavy aggression team like Team Lilgun.
And you know, in terms of that early aggression, right, maybe a way to match it up, I feel like in the mid lane is what it's really going to come down to, because it seems they don't want to go away from the Claude pick. It has been their de facto play, right, to lock that in for the gold lane. But with that being said, you can't take a mid lane that falls behind in priority. It needs to be able to clear ahead of the opposing mid laner. But not only that, I think their jungler has to be on par as well. They've been having to deal with picks like the Boxia last game. So strong when you're talking about early on. They need to be able to not only win the jungle matchup, but win out in the mid lane, because then we're talking about more attention to our gold lane. We're talking about faster farming here, more efficient farming. We saw it in game 1 when Claude was able to get online and how he could snowball and take that game by the bullhorns. They need that again, unless they want to just completely reroute, but I doubt they will. I feel like they're going to go back on old habits. But speaking of old habits, we're breaking some. They banned out the Tarizla here on the side of Falcon. They said that was just too much to handle, and enough is enough. And I agree. The penalty zone was crazy.
I mean, the amount of backline pressure with the penalty zone flicker that can happen, you've seen it. Team Lilgun, though, respecting the Alice play by Falcon. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe Falcon doesn't attempt to try to run back the Yve instead of a Valentina. Again, seems like it's more of a comfortable hero for PX7 versus what we have been seeing. Again, it's something to think about. And the Claude has been picked twice by Falcon, right? But it hasn't. One game won really good, but this game fell very far behind just because of how heavy of a snowball Lilgun was in. Falcon said, I'm just gonna get rid of the Valentina. I bet you that they're about to pick this Yi first pick.
I mean, they might have to swing back to it. I mean, one of the points we brought up there, right, from game 2 is the uncomfortability of the Valentina pick. Up to that point had not been utilized by Falcon Esports in any fashion. So it really, like I said, made no sense to me, especially here at the Grand Finals, when you have that advantage to slack off so hard that you pick up a first-time appearance mage in your mid lane, which we just pointed out is so important for them, especially going for the Claude NG. They fall back on the old habits. They're going to go for the Eve. It worked in game 1. Like I was saying, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Please pick it back up. Let's get PX7 back in prime condition here to help this team out to go ahead and edge out up against Lilgun.
I mean, the Yve handles Team Lilgun's aggression so well because of all the slows. It takes their fast pass action and slows it down to a more manageable level, right? And that's kind of what we've seen into the first game. That's how Falcon was able to roll with those punches. So to see it being picked up into this game, I feel like it's good. Now, the response by Lilgun, is it going to be that they you know, maybe they pick up the Claude? I'm not quite sure, but they're gonna have to watch out for that as a second round for the Falcon, right? They picked up the Yve and the Claude last time, but Uranus is still open. They still have a lot of viability, but they opt for a Phygital pick. Interesting.
They did Phygital, and they're going for the Faramus into the Eve, strangely enough. But this time, Falcon has switched it up for their gold lane. They're not going to go for the Claude this time. They're going to go for something that can maybe start ticking a little bit earlier, and it's going to be the carry. And maybe potentially, okay, so now it makes sense. A good denial pick. They wanted the Uranus. It didn't get banned out, so now they have it in their composition, and they take out one of the marksmen that are pretty strong into it. But on the board here, if they choose to do so, there's still picks that can do well into it. Things like the Leslie, things like the Brody. We could potentially see them get banned out here in the second phase. I'd imagine we'll see at least the Leslie get banned out by the side of Falcon here potentially.
Yeah, I mean, they're probably going to end up targeting some of those. I mean, also possibly taking out maybe a tank or two is something they want to go with. We are seeing Team Lilgun kind of targeting assassins. That is leaving Falcon in the playing field of what they would like to go with. Again, not picking the jungle early kind of gives you a little bit of like, what are they going to do? It's going to be a little bit harder to counter the jungle. And hopefully they're holding something back that's going to be a giant surprise to Lilgun, right? Right now, we are going to be seeing what a gold lane and a gold lane and a roam possibly being picked up here by Team Lilgun. They have a couple options here, right? The Mensasar is still available, good sustainability, a lot of crowd control. It does crowd control the carry very well as can sustain a little bit of PX7 on this Yve. So I feel like that's what they might be going for. But again, I mean, they still have the Faramus, right? So they could go a little bit of a different route instead of sustainability. But I think double sustainability would just build Team Lilgun's comp to the next level.
Absolutely. It definitely could build their composition to the next level. Minotaur gets banned out here, and Falcon's going to go ahead and get rid of the Franco. So they don't want any of the suppression on the board here, but Kaj is still open. So even if they did want to get rid of suppression, there's still one on the board. And Kaj is actually a great combo with the Faramus pick. So that could potentially be an option, a potential route for Team Lilgun here. I'm not sure if it'll be exactly what they want to go for. It would make them very melee-centric, which may not be the best fit, especially up against this Eve, who you talked about for the side of Falcon is a great deterrent to the playstyle of Lilgun. They like to get up close, up personal. And that real-world manipulation, that 5x5 box, normally can get rid of those 5 players from the side of Team Lilgun.
Yeah, and I mean, I can kind of see in our center cam here that they did show a Fanny, so I was wondering if maybe a Fanny gameplay would come out here, but I mean, it could be interesting. I want to see what they bring to the battlefield. I feel like whatever they pick as their jungler is going to be one of the key factors for their play makes for here, but they still don't have the roam for Team Lilgun, so they want to go for something. I see on the big screen, it looks like they picked up the Diggy roam, a Kai and Cho, a Kai in the jungle. Quite interesting. I think this actually might be the first time that we're seeing a Kai pulled out in this actual tournament. It is.
And not a bad time to pull it out here. I think it's going to do pretty well as far as the composition. Why I think so, even though, of course, the Diggies are on the opposing side, they do have the Eve, right, with the rural manipulation, and we know PX7 is very proficient on it. So I think he can drop some sufficient RWMs to force out the time journey, which is all they need for the Akai to really shine. Outside of that, if you take out the Dig, if you nullify the threat there, it's going to perform well into the Faramus. You can split up the Cult Altar. Once they're out of the range, you can't get back into that passive, so it's a great answer to that, and also for the 50-50 battles up against Fredrin. When you want to match up against him, the Akai is kind of second to none there with that heavy spin. So, I love what they did there. And on top of that, they have the Cho. So a lot of ways to force out this time journey. But here we are. Enough with pauses, enough with chit chat. The Aiko. It's your boy Quirky, and we're here for Game 3 in between Falcon Esports taking on Team Lilgun, the Mongolian Warriors, and the Myanmar Falcons.
And a best of 5 right now, 1-1 tie. This is the tiebreaker right here, technically. So I want to see what they do here now. Let's build a little bit of a play here, right? Falcon dealing already with a lot of the early pressure once again.
We don't have to build up. That is crazy. Already a first blood. It's under a minute. These teams.
Just like last time. It's one punch after another here. Now, Falcon Esports again falling for that early game pressure that Team Lilgun likes to bring out. Constant harassment. Now, what we have to see from Falcon here is that the real world manipulations are going to have to be well placed, right? Because you got a Way of the Dragon. Simple, once again, almost getting caught off guard. But again, the real world manipulation is going to be having to fight a heavy spin. It's going to have to be fighting the Way of the Dragon. So there's a lot of opportunities that a real world manipulation could fail. PX7 is going to have to be on top of their game for Falcon to make a lot of these plays come true. Now, from Team Lilgun, I feel like they got a simple setup here, right? They're very sustainable. They have a Cult Altar. They have, the Time Journey by Diggy. So they have sustainability, and I feel like that is what they're banking on. Aggressive, sustainable, and winning this match. That is their win condition.
That sounded like an electric company commercial there. Sustainable. But look at this. Zara will find the turtle first, but the fight will break out. And we know these teams love to duke it out. Eisen with the double knockout strike. Zara drops the big bonker blaster with the Appraiser Raft and picks up the kill. Energy Eruption looking to be the roadblock for Simple. Things are getting complicated though. Eisen again looking for an early kill. The EXP laner for Team Lilgun has been instrumental for the composition here when they're looking for the early game domination. He already has a kill.
Benny, barely able to make it out of there. 1 second away from the recall stop. Again, like you were saying, they're gonna have to chill out here. But I do have to say that from Falcon's side, they are winning a little bit on the EXP lane. They are, choking a little bit of that gold tower, that plating already off. Though it is 0-3, they do have to make some type of comeback and change the tides a bit here, fighting over the lethal.
Oh no, Simple went for the flicker. What a mistake. He was trying to find the kill, but gets CC chained instead and becomes the first victim of Abek's overwhelming power on the Beatrix. They're looking to zone out Benji here from the tower. They want to get some gold plating. They've already stripped about half of it, and now they're looking for it all, and I think they'll be able to pick it up. But a fight in both sides, the heavy spin, but the knockout strike so well played by Eisen. The micro capabilities from this man is absolutely insane. While that all happened, the gold plating completely stripped. It is nothing more than a sliver of HP there, Aiko, and Babex can easily take that away with the Beatrix.
Yeah, and I mean, that was a great lane choke by Lilgun, and they won a lane choke once more. Ethan in trouble.
And they're going to find the kill into the hands of Benji there, but it won't be going without it going answered. Babex finds the trade, picks up his second kill of the game, and not just that, Aiko, but a Blade of Despair at the 4.5 minute mark. Absolutely insane. And here comes the Stampede. The rotations from Eisen. He's going to potentially find a kill on Simple. No, he's going to escape. They couldn't catch him, but Royal Milk, yet again, looking to spill him out in the mid lane. The sustainability will only last for so long as the damage stacked on by the Mongolian Warriors. Meanwhile, though, Fayon trying to do what he can to secure this neutral objective, calls out the heavy spin, lands the retribution, but meanwhile, his purple buff is being capitalized on, but with that, a foot to the back and a what the later, Zara gets taken out by the side of Falcon Esports. Purple buff still being contested. Real world manipulation will drop down, and Simple will look for the connection onto Ethan here as well. But that'll be the end of the fight here.
I mean, that was absolutely golden by Lilgun. Falcon, again, trying to make plays and take what they can. Securing the neutral objective is a little bit of a foothold that they have, but Team Lilgun just will not let them breathe in every other aspect. Kind of taking a look at some of the items here. Like you said, the Blade of Despair is already picked up by Baypex, so a great play there. Ice Queen Juan is the only thing picked up by PX7, so falling a little behind, being 0-2 and 2. You know, Guardian helmet finally picked up by Zara. That is going to be the sustainability they need to keep the aggression going by Team Lilgun. As you can see, it's coming right now into the blue buff. Do they keep continuing to this?
Oh, here comes that RW that we've been talking about. The big box of boo-boos up against the Mongolian Warriors. Simple though is being punished. Heavy spin comes out, but Eisen, again, the rotation finds one, looking for the double. He will connect. I don't know if his name is Eisen or Mike Tyson, the way he's throwing these left, rights, uppercuts, and what have you not, as they are completely tearing apart Falcon Esports for the second time in this electrifying best of 5.
I mean, I gotta say, Team Lilgun is looking severely well polished at this point. The snowball is starting once again. Falcon has to find a reply to Team Lilgun's aggressiveness. And not only that, the Uranus is kind of overstepping and not being there to catch off guard Aizen, and he's taking advantage of that. That speed with the quantum charge is just allowing him to gap into the back lines, and he's doing so well with it. The Phygital is throwing KO punches into the back line of Falcon every time. Real world manipulation, being able to secure a solo kill onto Ethan there. Again, Falcon trying to attempt and make plays where they can.
And they actually walked away with Bayon's orange buff, so a little bit of a gap here in the jungle. They do have the XP advantage. They can quickly look to go for the turn, but I think they might stall this out for the early Lord here. The early aggression gameplay from Team Mongolia is matched not only by their gameplay, but also by their decision making. But it looks like actually they are going to try to go for the turtle. No, they're actually going to go ahead and let it reset. I'm not sure if they really want to commit or if they're just going ahead and stalling time in the river, but you can see Falcon Esports is ready to contest if they decide to, and I'm not sure if that's the right call here. They're not exactly in the best position. Team Lilgun starting to make their move. Zara is into the jungle, looking to force a fight, lands the pop-up knock-up. That's going to be the end of it. Falcon Esports will go ahead and disengage.
Yeah, I felt like this is where they wanted this, right? The Kai was there to possibly contest a lot of these neutral objectives. They did wait for the Lord, or the turtle, to turn into a Lord, so they're getting the Lord really early. They want to end this as fast as physically possible. Bayan did have to use that heavy charge to kind of keep them at bay from approaching Falcon, but a good response by Benny on being able to push the side lane pretty heavy, but the full team coming to respond to that. Or is he gonna make it away in time?
I don't think he can. Benny forced into a 1v2, and we're good at math in this scenario. He's gonna go down. The recall spams out. Lord marching down in the top side, and the member is missing from Falcon Esports.
Yeah, I don't know if taking that red buff was worth risking your marksman's life. For when a Lord is being barreling down, I think this is going to scale the snowball that Lilgun already has into this match. So we'll see if Falcon has what it takes to be able to fully defend another push by Team Lilgun.
And there's a reverse time on to Royal Milk and Energy Eruption. He sustained a lot of damage, but I don't know if he can keep lasting. Nibiru Passion barely missing the mark. Almost taking the kill there onto him. They forced the Purify, but here comes the Way of the Dragon from Simple, but it's in the wrong direction. The only one moving in the right direction is Team Lilgun looking to get closer and closer to the base. But there goes the RWMG, the bane of the existence of Team Lilgun. It creates the spacing, it creates the disengagement. Now it's gone, and Team Mongolia is still here. They want a little bit more, forcing the fight. Reverse time will set up the kill on Royal Milk. Eisen will lock in his 4th of this game, but Bex applying pressure with the rocket launcher. No minions there and still doing damage. Now here comes the full wave. Feyon into the thick of it with the way of the heavy spin, but there goes the time journey, and now he's in trouble. But Bex will take down Feyon. 2 members missing from Falcon Esports here. G the Aiko, and they're looking to push down on the high ground tower. It will fall, and they'll go ahead and make their way over to the mid. They have another minion wave in store. Will they look for more? Will they greet it, or will they beat it? And I think they're gonna go ahead and get out of town.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna recall, clear up a lot. You know, it's only 10 minutes. This is the point that they control a lot of the map now, right? Continue the snowball by taking every opportunity to take away your enemy's jungle. As we can kind of see, the gold lane's about 2k gold difference-ish, so not too bad. The Beatrix is definitely online, securing 3 of her main items, working on that 4th, but we are looking at that Benny also has 3 of their main items. Not started on their 4th just yet, but they're working their way there. Again, I feel like the Kai is the oddball out here, because he's not able to capitalize on anything because his jungle is just constantly always taken. And they don't have a response to Team Lilgun's evasion right now. We are seeing Benny attempting to side push and take Eisen, but at the cost of what?
His own life is what it'll be, because Bex will come trade out with the monster kill, as now they can transition over to the Lord. 1 gold laner missing from Falcon, but a gold laner up for Team Lilgun. They absolutely have the advantage in any more future engagements, and he's hungry. He wants to punish Royal Milk here, and he will. Members sandwiching him in. Royal Milk walking through 2 towers and 2 enemies, but that HP bar is dropping rapidly, but it looks like he'll be able to escape. Meanwhile, Zara, Lord Dance in between 3 members holding his own, the 1-man army here, the walking petrified, the Fredrin looking for the engage. Lord barely chunked, only about a 4th of HP currently missing, but it is dwindling. Royal Milk still causing a bit of a distraction, but it might just be a circus act, because that's clown behavior. Gets taken out, his 4th death in the game here, and Team Lilgun will force the number advantage. 4-bit and Eisen looking for a little bit more. Knockout strikes come out, drops PX7 low HP. Feyon's all by himself, gets pulled by the reverse time, will be able to escape. This should be an easy secure by Team Lilgun. Looking to press the advantage a little bit further. Look at Eisen. Full passive. I was wondering if he would go in for an aggressive play, but he will slow his horses with the rest of Team Lilgun.
Yeah, and now with this Lord secured, they're probably gonna, again, they're gonna have to mount, Falcon's gonna have to mount up a defense. They have the mage to do it. Don't play aggressive this time around. You need to stay alive.
Oh, speaking of alive, Feyon will fail that objective, G. He will join us here up at the caster's desk and get a bird's eye view of what's happening to Falcon Esports, and it is pain right now. 16-4, almost 10k deficit, reminiscent of game 2 in between these powerhouses from the respective regions. Recall spam coming out. I don't know if it's a sign of respect or a sign of FF here in the chat, but Team Lilgun will advance forward as the 6-man stampede. I don't know if Falcon Esports has what they need to defend this Lord. Still has a healthy amount of HP. Zora, though, will take down Royal Milk. He has not been very sustainable, and neither will be the base.
Lilgun taking their 2nd win against Falcon Esports in the grand finals here. Congrats, Lilgun, making strides. The dark horse here, taking on such a strong team like Falcon, and there's just snowballing constantly, and Falcon is gonna have to come up with some type of response. Now, Lilgun breaking the tie that they were in, filling the water with Falcon in the very first game and then turning that completely around into these second games. As you can see, I was a little confused by the Kai and the Cho. Again, it kind of messes up the comp with the Yve. Just PX7 is going to have to be so specific with all of those RWMs, and it was hard to execute. As you can see, Fei Yan, 0% team fight. Royal Milk constantly trying to annoy the other team, but it wasn't enough to catch them off guard. A 4-17 game. Again, we're looking at Team Little Gun. Look at that, almost 70s across the whole board. And even Azen, I mean, 59% is huge for an EXP lane that has the, I mean, we were constantly seeing him come into the back lane and flanking. But I gotta give it up to Baybex, that 32% damage from a Beatrix, my God.
Speaking of things that have us crying out to our God, I mean, Fayon and Royal Milk. I don't think I've ever seen this at the competitive level. It was literally a 3v5 in these engagements. That's 0% on not only the EXP, but also the jungler. I mean, how is that even possible? You're in the middle of almost everything on the map. Now, Royal Milk, maybe I can give a pass, right? The team is getting absolutely demolished. You're just trying to apply some pressure anywhere to get some distractions. And we did see him run across tier 2 towers from one side of the map to the other ahead of Lords. He was obviously trying to create some space, but ultimately getting punished. But Fayon, almost inexcusable. But enough with those with the negative gameplay. The positive here is Babex for Team Lilgun. The MVP 7-0-5 on the Beatrix, 32% team damage, G the Aiko, and he did all this without any defensive items.
No, exactly. I mean, an absolute monster on this Beatrix. Baybex was just controlling the battlefield, 32% damage. Just insane. A well-deserved MVP by Baybex. Definitely going to have to keep an eye on them just because they are controlling the gold lane so heavy. And I mean, Falcon is going to have to respond to this.
And I don't know if they have what it takes right now. I mean, game one, like you said, testing the waters, it almost seems like, from the side of Team Lilgun, because ever since then, it seems like they have not missed the mark on this early game aggression, and Falcon Esports has had no way to slow it down. I would hate to be in their position when you have a team that is constantly looking to beat you down. Normally, it's a little bit of mutual respect. We're all going to take it easy during laning phase, and we'll meet up for the 5v5s later on the first Lord. Maybe one of these turtles. But besides that, not too much scuffle. But under a minute in back-to-back games, Falcon Esports has been striking first for these first bloods, and ever since then, they keep the momentum up. I mean, we have Eisen from the EXP lane with the Phygital hunting members down on the opposite side of the map. Matter of fact, in the first blood, Eisen was in the mid lane and caught that first kill before he went to his own lane. So needless to say, Lilgun, this polished strategy from them.
Definitely a polished strategy. And again, it was an insane game to witness, you know, as well. They just really put in a lot of effort, and again, just so aggressive. Falcon always falling short into the real early game. This is the second game in a row that we've seen Falcon literally fall into the early game trap and then allow Team Little Gun to sustain. But I mean, hey, it is Falcon has to learn this, that they just can't be that aggressive in the early game. Again, still trying to go for the tanky jungle comp, but that's not what they want. You know, I feel like there should be some type of assassins that need to come out for this to be a major play. And I can't wait to see what they possibly can do here. And I see that my boy Quirky is back once again. It wasn't the draft this time, man. I don't know what happened.
Hey, I mean, they need me at this point because we're getting dangerously close here to the end of this. I mean, Lilgun approaching here, close to the match point at this point. It's 2-1. Falcon Esports is going to have to be able to dig deep. And again, I'm just not sure if they have that, this early game aggression. This isn't normal at this level. Like I said, it's normally a bit of mutual respect to reach the late game together. We've seen Kumbaya in all the lanes, and then we'll act like we don't know each other and beat each other senselessly with the First Lord. But right now, Lilgun wants none of that. No respect, no friendship. They are absolutely the main characters in the grand finals right now, and Falcon Esports is trying desperately to play catch-up. I'm not sure where they need to fix it. PX7, even on the eve, they went back to the comforts. It didn't work out for them. They tried to switch up the gold lane pick. It didn't work out for them. Still got outgunned, still got outplayed. And honestly, in the EXP, there is a drastic difference in the rotations right now, okay? Because it doesn't matter what the pick is. It's whether it's from the start. I mean, the EXP is literally camping in mid lane on the first wave. What can you do? What can you do right now?
I mean, watch out is all you can do. I mean, you're a Falcon. Stay in the sky and watch out and be bold. That's the only thing they can do is fly high and hope to see things that are coming. But getting into the draft here, this is match point right now. If Team Lilgun beats Falcon, this could be the last game of the best of 5 grand final series here. Again, we're kind of looking at what they're attempting. Everything's looking about as normal as they did. So I want to see maybe what they first picked this time around, right? I'm not quite sure if Falcon's supposed to be on the left side because I think they first picked last time. I think it's supposed to be Lilgun on the left side. I don't know. Could be a weird glitch. But if Falcon first picks again, are they going to go for the Yve? Or are they going to go for something different? I really feel like it came down to that it was... the Yve was a good pick. I just feel like a lot of the other picks really countered their own team in a sense. That it made it a lot harder for PX7 to shine than they really want it to.
For me, man, I don't know. I feel like the comforts that they want simply will not work here. The Claude in the gold lane, even the carry, because even that needs to scale. Even the mid lane. It's just they want too much that wants to look for that post laning phase. And Team Lilgun is looking to jump out the gates and win the match, and that's exactly what they've been doing. Even in game 1, they won out the gates. They just lost it in the tail end. But through all these games, the most consistent thing is Lilgun will not let you breathe during that landing phase. And Falcon clearly is not able to countermeasure this. I mean, they're even taking some of these engagements. The Turtles, we've seen them fight every single one. And honestly, I think it's a fool's quest to try and fight Team Lilgun. They are clearly outmatched in the micro, 100%, and even in the macro to a degree, especially in the EXP lane. I think they need to go for more passive transitions. And I won't say passive, but defensive, because passive is just going to let Team Lilgun run all over them. But they need some defensive measures, and some of those would be looking for opposite trades here instead of trying to go head on, because they are losing it tremendously in that early game. Team Lilgun is just exceptionally adept at fighting early on. They have great target priority. They have great communication for some of these pickoffs and the plays that they are making, even in the ganks underneath the towers, whether it's a squishy or one of those beefier picks. They just haven't had a hard time. But speaking of picks, Falcon is going to go for the Fredrin for the first pick. G, how do you feel about that one?
I mean, Falcon's been picking a lot of mages first, so swapping up what hasn't been working to something else is a real good play by Falcon. Also, Fredrin was also a pick that Lilgun was constantly picking as well. Kind of might have secured those 2 wins, but again, both teams were just very... Falcon being pushed against the wall, Lilgun being really aggressive, and that's... Fredrin really succeeds at being really aggressive just because of the tankiness and how much damage he can deal. So... responding, Team Lilgun's gonna pick up the Yve this time around. They know Falcon was struggling a little bit with the Valentina. Are they gonna pull the Valentina out once more?
And, you know, I find it a little odd, actually, to lock the Eve, especially in the early game stances they've been taking. But I do imagine Eve is extremely oppressive when you do have such a lead, right? Because at every fight, every engagement, if you're trying to hold these towers back, the RWM drops and then you're forced to scatter around. And I feel like that's exactly what Lilgun could capitalize on. When it gets chaotic, when it gets messy, when it's every man for himself, Lilgun is absolutely shining up against Team Falcon. So I'm wondering if maybe that's kind of the goal, the direction for this Eve pick. Speaking of picks, though, Falcon's going to go for the Uranus and the carry. So 2 picks locked in for that late game transition. And again, G, I'm just not sure if they're going to be able to make a transition. They're going to need something in that mid lane to beat out this Eve on clear, and even maybe the roam, because we don't know who's there. A concussive blast could speed that up. So they're going to need some things to make that a lot easier to jump out first and ahead of Team Lilgun.
Now, one thing that I did see by Team Lilgun to kind of build off of what you were saying is Azen, right? An absolute monster on this Phygital. Something that would be a great counter for Falcon to utilize would be a Kufra, you know, to be able to, you know, support that back line. What was happening is that Benny was just constantly being pressured, you know, trying to find that perfect opportunity to come in, but then he gets sideswiped by a KO punch, you know, didn't even see it coming. Azen just was a monster at that, and it does seem that Lilgun is trying to, it doesn't seem as an aggressive early game comp that we've seen before, so I want to see how they can possibly play with this. Does Falcon learn their lesson to relax a bit? They are securing more tanky picks. I mean, Claude is still open. I don't know if Team Lilgun's going to pick up a Claude, or do they just go with the old trusty? And I was about to say it, but they banned it, Beatrix. So they're starting to target Bay Bex, which is a good option right now.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, because he's been performing on this Beatrix. Now, you said the Claude's still on the board, but like I pointed out earlier, in the 2 appearances Team Lilgun has utilized it, it has not brought them any success. So honestly, if they do get forced into a Claude pick, it might be the best case scenario for Falcon. Not only will it not be able to bring too much of that early game aggression, but they also have a pretty nice matchup into it as well with the carry. So if it does get forced into it, it'll be nice, but they're not going to fall for the bait. They bring in the Brody. They're still going to keep that winning gold lane matchup, and I think that's been very important for the side of Team Lilgun.
Yeah, I mean, Brody's definitely interesting, but I do have to say that the 5 times he was picked, he does have a 0% win rate. So Brody, though a hard pick, I think it's kind of in the same scenario as a Claude at this point. It's going to definitely have to fall through for it to do something. PX7 does opt to pick up the Valentina again, and something a little bit differently here, right? Simple goes the Kaja route, so maybe we'll see a little bit more slow and control by Team Falcon in this upcoming game versus Team Lilgun. Now, it does look like they're still attempting to decide on what they want to play here for Team Lilgun, and they opt for a Ling, the first assassin in this series, and it's interesting to see right now. This is going to be constantly attacking Benji in the back line, PX7, but I do think that's going to give them a little bit of room for Feiyan to be able to actually finally roam for once. But if built properly, is going to be maybe a problem for Feiyan, because I mean, aggressive. We've seen Lilgun super aggressive, and what's the most aggressive assassin out there, and the quickest assassin, Ling.
Yeah, and also, like, it keeps up that tempo as well. Maybe not as far as the kill potential, but the map pressure is there, because Ling happens to be one of the few picks that has that cross-map potential. Picks like Ling and picks like Fanny are in a class of their own when it comes to opening up the map, spacing out room. Even if they make some errors in the early game to where they kind of fall behind, Ling can absolutely single-handedly keep a team in the game. But speaking of in the game here, G, match point in between Team Lilgun, who's one win away from solidifying themselves as the champion of Phygital Games, but not if Falcon Esports has something to say about it. 2-1, who can get it done?
We'll find out. Hopefully Falcon doesn't lose someone in the first 40 seconds here, as we see a big engage already happening here. Forbid might be the one to fall this time, though, as the sustainability is just too much there. Quirky.
Okay, well, we're getting to the 1 minute mark and no one's fallen from the side of Falcon Esports just yet. So I think that's a good sign for us here this game, Aiko, that no one has fallen. Eisen hasn't punished anybody just yet. So this is going to be good enough for me. But they ain't going. Royal Milk just a little bit low there in front of Eisen. But before that, let's take a look at the audience prediction. And there's not much faith in Falcon Esports to right the wrong of this ship. 79% in the favor of Team Lilgun. And I have to say, I kind of agree with them. But look at this. A potential fight is breaking out here. PX7 is looking to punish Ethan maybe a little bit. Finds the terrified pop-up knocked up over the wall by Fayon. Ethan does not have the flicker. First blood from Simple, and Falcon, in what seems like a rare occurrence, strikes first and strikes deadly.
Yeah, I mean, now we're seeing Falcon be the aggressor. Well, I mean, that attains to Lilgun just not having a very heavy front line, but Royal Milk being pressured here.
This could be an early kill. Zaru on the link, but just not enough damage, and the sustain from Royal Milk will keep him alive. But the turtle has spawned in. Bizarro needs that purple buff. Actually, keep an eye here on Fayon. He's actually camping this out, and so is Simple. They're not going to make anything easy about picking up this purple buff. I think they could potentially be able to walk away with this one. Simple doesn't want to let it go, but Fayon will find it anyways. Uses the retribution. Will he be able to maybe potentially trade this out? It's going to be hard to go for the turtle fight without a purple buff, G.
Yeah, I mean, he did utilize the Tempest of Blade already into the early game trying to get there, but Baybax gets picked off by Simple in the bottom lane. But back to what I was saying, they are just, I mean, Falcon is being the aggressors this time around, not allowing Zara to do much. And here comes Aizen to kind of back up Zara. They are going to have to contest this turtle here. Both retries are up. Can Falcon now start securing neutral objectives?
We're going to have to see. Zara's on the wall. He wants to contest both junglers. Actually, no, it's a level advantage to Fayon. He will pick up the turtle. Nice retribution underneath the RWM. Tips of Blades on top of the abrasive draft. Ethan's low, and PX7 will take him down. One member left alone here, and that's Forbid, and he will be sent to the Forbidden Realm as Falcon Esports has taken an early lead, 4-0, G.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good game so far. Looking like it's leaning into Falcon's favor here. I thought maybe an assassin pick was a good play, but they're utilizing it to the fullest. Bayback Stool, kind of enjoying it on the bottom lane here. Gonna have to definitely watch out though, as all of Falcon are just engaging and stealing the jungle left and right. Zara's gonna have to watch out here, and they need the team to respond and help.
Oh no, the Divine Judgment connects. I don't think we'll be able to find the kill, but this is the problem with the assassin pick. So easily punished. The Torn Apart memory goes out, but won't find the kill. G, I have to ask you, now looking back on it in hindsight, a little excitement came from the Ling pick, but look at what they have in the position 4 and position 5. It's a Minotaur and it's an Eve, 2 picks that aren't even really existing until level 4. They're not able to help secure these buffs, and I think we're seeing Falcon Esports take advantage of this information.
Yeah, I mean, that's why Lilgun was so aggressive and early in a lot of the matches, and I mean, that goes to show that, I mean, now their strategy has changed quite a bit, and Falcon's more adapted that strategy. I mean, look, Royal Milk just being a royal pain, and Zara's behind there as he's trying to just farm on his side of the map. And I mean, Aizen's gonna have to respond to this. Now, I do have to say that as long as Lilgun doesn't allow Falcon to snowball, they do have a solid comp, but Falcon doesn't want to give them any breathing room. So constantly applying pressure all the time is the win condition for Falcon. And if they can keep this up, I think they might snowball against Team Lilgun.
And it would be an unforeseen scenario, as this is not, like you said, the usual gameplay from either one of these teams. It's normally the inverse of this, but Team Lilgun, like you said, switching up the play style, and you can see the punishment coming with it. We've been saying it repeatedly throughout the tournament. If it's not broke, don't fix it. And they made the mistake of trying to fix whatever the problem was. As Fayon picks up the turtle, an engagement might happen here. The Vex was caught out by an RWM, but was able to disengage their corrosive strike. He's going to backflip off the face of Simple, but it won't be that easy. The Divine Judgment brings the kill over to Benji's hand. Ethan has been taunted, forced out on the flicker. Tower is being pressured. They should be able to take this one. Ethan won't be able to help them as Fayon goes over the extra mile, looking for the pop-up knockup. Razor of Wrath will shut down Ethan, and Benji will pick up the tower.
Now, I do see the play that Team Lilgun's doing a good response. Ling split pushing with some dedication. Getting any tower that's possible is what Team Lilgun needs to do here, but Falcon doing a real good job at clearing up the map and laning very well. Fayon constantly still applying pressure here. The team needs to respond.
They absolutely do, but not only do they need to respond to that pressure, they need to respond to these pressures on the lane. Team Lilgun losing the bot side tower and about to lose the top side tower alongside with it. The first tower they lost was the mid tower, which is so important. Already struggling to secure these buffs for Zara on the lane, and when you lose that mid tower, it's a direct trickle effect to losing ground in your own jungle. There is no defense line to fall back on. And speaking of things to fall back on, with the snowball in the favor of Falcon Esports, G, I know you saw it there. Simple picking up that fleeting time. That's going to keep the oppression high.
Yeah, I mean, first time seeing Kazan in the grand finals here, and it's showing out. I mean, it's making plays, 2-0-4, and Fayon is 2-0-2, so those two are scaling here as we see Royal Milk getting cut off.
And they will take him down, but not without consequence. The Divine Judgment's looking for the trade. At 4-bit drops the RWM, but it will not amount to much as Babex is now in trouble. He's the next man to potentially fall. Torn apart memory won't even go out as Fayon will slap him down and get him off this map. Falcon Esports now can transition to the turtle.
Yeah, they're going to transition to the turtle while Ling's attempting to secure a split push here, but it's just too much. Simple. Trying to get some pressure. Gap. Yeah.
PX7. Oh man, you can feel the danger level from Falcon Esports every time someone walks by them, G. But it's a 5K deficit, 8-1. Falcon Esports in great control.
I do like that they are always waiting on this Lord, the turtle, to change into a Lord. Get the Lord early so that they can end faster. Keep the snowball going. And that is what they're doing. They're taking a trick from Lilgun's book, being the aggressor. Again, a fleeting time picked up by Kaja. Such a great item to secure. There's only one item secured by 4-bit on the Eve, which is that Queen, as well as Ling now getting Berserker Fury kind of coming online. So Zara not able to do too much in Tool about now.
Ooh. And they're punishing Ethan there. They force out the flicker, so I'm not going to have that tool for engagement. Double RWM and PX7 will make 4-bit concede that fight. Now looking for the tier 2, and they don't have anything to zone them away. Babex and 4-bit having to go ahead and retreat and sacrifice the tower up. But Falcon Esports will not be denied here. G, they're going to look for more. They still have the Lord down on the bot side, that early Lord you were talking about, to match their early game aggression. They want to end it here, and they want to end it now, sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you want to do when you get the Lord at the 8-minute mark. You want to keep applying pressure, push in, and crack into the enemy's base. Tempest of Blade, though.
Ethan finally gets in range, drops the Minoan Fury, finds a 4-man knockup. Eisen will throw the left, right, and a jab to the mouthpiece of Vinny and take him down. Torn apart memory will come out, but they're still in the moment. They're still living in the present as no one has fallen just yet off of that. Ethan finds another 2-man knockup. Terrify connects to Babex. W, real world manipulation, but reality is setting in as Fayon will find a kill. Eisen as well trades out on the PX7. Fayon all alone over there with Royal Milk. The big beefy boys of the composition from Falcon Esports will sustain and remain in these lanes.
I mean, that was a good play. I mean, they sustained. Base not cracked within the first 10 minutes. I mean, now it's their time. They show that they have pressure, right? It's only about a 4K gold lead. That's not hard to come back from. Take a couple more towers, maybe secure another split push, and you'll be able to come back. They really need to block off and secure this blue buff, but Falcon knows that, and they're always engaging and fighting over this blue buff.
Right, and the fight is breaking out right now. The Divine Judgment will lean to a kill. Ethan will be taken out. Tempest of Blades falls, but to no avail. It's only for the escape, only for the disengage. But Bex, not so lucky himself. He's gonna fall. Aiko, things going drastically wrong for Team Lilgun. Now looking for Eisen, able to narrowly escape with the dash, the mobility from the Phygital, but this could be a game ender. It could be all over right here. Real World will drop down. Falcon Esports looking to tie things up, but look at Eisen into the back line, trying to take down Benny. Went for the 1v1, but don't worry, Zarmer off the wall, looking like Spider-Man will look for the cleanup. Lord spawning in less than 5 seconds here. But I have to tell you, Team Lilgun is looking to regain some territory, as Royal Milk was looking for one but not able to find him. Turtle, or Lord, will be started up by Falcon Esports. Fayon's going to go ahead and look to pull the aggro, and Team Lilgun is quick to respond. It looks like both teams want to go ahead and blitz this, but look at Royal Milk. Look at PX7 and Simple. They're looking for the flank. Eisen, though, looking to have a word with 1 or 2 of the members, but he's actually going to not be able to have the last word. He's going to be forced back. PX7! Eisen back over the wall with the mobility. Will find the kill. Zarl shuts down Temple. Is this the turnaround from Team Lilgun? I think we've reached the power spike. Fayon is all alone. Shut down by Zaru, a double kill for the jungler from Lilgun, and they could end this right here, right now. This fight could be the last one for Falcon Esports. Double knockup, knockout strikes galore. Benny will find Eisen. He finds Ethan a double kill, but they still will be torn apart by the memories of Billix. Triple kill for Carry, but the Lord is picked up by Lilgun. Gee, the Aiko, what are we seeing? It's the bloodbath of the century here at the Phygital Games Tournament.
I mean, this is breathing room for Lilgun at this point. I thought Falcon was looking to end it into that mid game, that push, but Forbidden, low HP, trying to stop all minions from getting into their base. This is the moment that Lilgun can utilize to gap the gold. As you can see, the gold is now even, and now it's going to be coming down to team fights and just how well they play together. So I can't wait to see what they do to turn these tides here. As the Lord is barreling down, is Falcon gonna be pushed against the board now? Seems like Lilgun is now online.
Eisen looking for some pressure, but he's going to use the Divine Judgment on top of him. Attempts the blade to come down. Zoro's low. He's going to have to back up out of the fight. Real World Nibbly drops down. Keep an eye on Ethan. Finds the knock up on Benny. Benny could be in trouble. Eisen looking for it, but Benny will find the kill. Team Lilgun is now on a bit of a retreat here. They have lost a number advantage for Falcon Esports. You can see Zara's doing a great job, though, of keeping up the macro. He's going to find the tower either way, even if they're not able to find these kills.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to find Benny with every possible solution. I mean, Zara, 4-0-4. The only thing kind of keeping Team Lilgun online at this point, being able to get in the back line and put so much pressure onto Benny, and then Ethan with the follow-ups. These calls that are being made are where it's at, and now Zara's able to secure blue buffs, which is what they need for engagements. Though Team Lilgun is pushed back a little bit, it does seem that the late game tide has initiated and switched. Both tsunamis here in the grand finals are clashing, and who is going to take it? I mean, both teams look like they're fired up and ready to go. Falcon getting pushed back by Team Lilgun.
It would be an insane win if Lilgun was able to pull this off. Not only would it be a comeback victory, it'd be a victory with the first assassin in the grand finals making its appearance on the Ling, and it's a flawless Ling at that right now. But Falcon Esports trying to keep their composure. I'm sure they're a little rattled here. Gee, things were going so well for them, and on a flip of a dime, one team fight changed everything for Falcon Esports. Lilgun gaining confidence, and they have that team fight composition that you're talking about. The late game really does look like it's in their favor. Falcon Esports is relying heavily on Simple for that pickoff. If he's not able to secure a kill early for them, things turn rapidly in the favor of Lilgun here.
Yeah, I do see Immortalities finally being purchased by Falcon Esports, and I feel like that is going to be some of the tide chasers here. Zara kinda a little mispositioned. The Lord fight is here. Are they gonna fully engage it?
They're blitzing. I don't know if Zara will make it in time. Phaon will pick it up, but the Divine Judgment comes down, and PX7 will shut him down. The fight is still breaking out, and members from Lilgun are falling left and right. Babex will pop an Immortality, but Benny will find a kill, and that's the difference between Falcon Esports and Team Lilgun right now, because Almost doesn't win these matches. Falcon Esports looking to march down the mid lane. They have every member alive, plus an additional member with the Lord, and it's not just any Lord here, Aiko. It's the Luminous Lord, and it's only Forbid, and it's only Babex and Eisen. Do they have enough to clear this out? Can they get these waves done? Divine Judgment comes out. They take him down. There goes a lot of the wave clear. Torn Apart Memory will find the Lord, but look at Benny trying to blitz the tower, but they don't have any minions. This could be the turnaround. The defense is strong from them. Babex with the Corrosive Strike, but it might have pulled him in too far. He gets his Immortality popped. Real world manipulation from both sides. Forbid will find PX7. Zara will go clear the wave. They've pulled off a miracle defense here in the Phygital Game tournaments, G.
I mean, that was just... The Lords of MLBB were on Team Lilgun's side right there. I mean, if Zara did not come back at that moment, it would have been rough. Azen sacrificing his life to secure the base and not die there for Team Lilgun. Now Falcon, they have to have a response. Immortalities being bought is kind of what's slowing down Zara at this point. They really need to be able to get a pick to turn the tide, you know, and secure a Lord. As you can see, they are really setting up for something here in that red bush down there, or they're just trying to secure the red buff. So I mean, look at Team Lilgun. They're also doing something. This might be the bait of a century here. One person coming down. Nah, they notice that it's happening both in their top lane as well, thinking the same way.
Wait a minute, this could be bad. Eisen, the Divine Judgment flickers over, and they pull him, and they're gonna try to burst him out. They don't find the kill, but yes, they do. Benny finds it. The fight unfolds. Banks will take out Benny, though. That will turn the fight in their favor. Gold lane down for Falcon Esports. Zaru on the chase for Simple takes him down. Phaon will drop next. Immortality is popped. They will find the kill. Aiko, these death timers are long. There's a bit of a minion wave here. Will they look for more? They could if they choose to do so. They could, at bare minimum, take this tier 2. Forbid could go ahead and zone this out, and he will, but a nice turn, the real world manipulation from PX7 will help them clear out the wave. But Team Lilgun will not be denied here, G. Royal Milk trying to be smart about it. He's going to go ahead and cut off the wave. They will not get that second push. He will try to deny it. Zara, though, looking for PX7. He might be in trouble. Goes in, tips the blade. Will he find it? Flicker
what
from
a
PX7.
flicker.
That was great micro there, but now he does not have that spell with Lord spawning in here, G. Things could get messy.
Forbid kind of wasting that real world manipulation on controlling him, but I think Falcon, or not Falcon, Lilgun has this Lord.
They should be able to pick it up, and they will. Falcon Esports, you can see they wanted to contest, but just not near enough to be able to do so. Gee, this could be that swinging moment that Team Lilgun needed. They've won a couple fights in a row. They've got a couple neutral objectives, and right now they got a very important objective, a 19-minute Lord. It's evolved. It's strong, just like the members that picked it up. Falcon Esports could have let this one slip away, potentially.
I do want to point out that Zara did just sell Immortality for Malefic Roar. They want that quick speed. They want to end this now, dive into the back line, just to shut down Benny. Benny is the only thing keeping Falcon alive at this point, is that damage. So if they can stop that, take care of Benny with a push of a Lord, this could be a little bit of a problem for Falcon Esports, being pushed up against the wall here. As you can kind of see, everybody's fully built. 3 Immortalities on Falcon Esports and 4 Immortalities picked up by Team Lilgun. They want to push this final fight to the end. Conceal play.
Could be the end. That is the concealed play from Ethan and the rest of the members from Team Lilgun. Eisen will strike first, but it gets held down by the Divine Judgment. Ethan, Big Minoan Fury. Real World Manipulation will drop down. Lord being worked on. Only one member falling. Ethan is low. A return Minoan Fury. Double kill from Zara, though. He's turning the fight around single-handedly, looking for Ben. He wants the triple. Has not found it. Ben will shut him down. Look at the crystal base. Bebex will flicker. They're looking for it, and Team Lilgun will take the grand title. This is what it's all about, Aiko. This is esports, baby. Falcon will fall. They will kneel to the Mongolian warriors as they have been conquered.
My God, a team that is the dark horse comes in from Mongolia and absolutely takes the scene by storm. Team Lilgun taking the championship here. Quirky.
Oh man, I mean, you can see them. They look so exhausted there. It took so much, but I know they're so happy and so proud, as they should be. It started in IESF Asia, where they first made the ripple, made the waves, and it translated over here to the Phygital Games tournaments, taking down one of the powerhouse regions, even in the world stage. One of the 4th place strong teams out there, and they take them down at Phygital Tournament, and the celebrations are starting. The pictures, I can feel it through the screen. The energy.
I mean, they all look starstruck right now. Like they're like, man, we just really won a championship, and I don't know if it's like fully set in for them, because again, they're doing a lot of the walks, the championship walks, possibly about to grab this phenomenal trophy.
The hoist.
In the physical games here. The hoist it up.
All hands on deck.
Let's see it.
Woo!
My gosh.
Absolutely insane.
Shoot the fireworks.
Someone get the confetti. It's a party in Kazan, Russia here from the Phygital Games tournament. Oh man, I hope we brought half of the intensity to match the gameplay here on the commentary, G. It felt like we were watching something out of a movie, and we were mere supporting roles in this film here.
I mean, it was such a great game. I mean, Falcon was putting so much pressure on the Team Lilgun, and to swap that around goes to Zara, that MVP. Again, 7-2-9. I mean, if I was not mistaken, almost they were so close to having 100% team fight participation, and it was phenomenal. It just allowed them that split push potential because of the Beatrix, because of the Ling. The Ling allows that split push potential, and then the Mensa just allowed all of that team sets to happen. By all means, Team Lilgun fought for everything in that final round.
Fought for everything, and they got it all. It was a valiant fight and a worthwhile fight, but also the same could be said for Falcon. They tried hard to match. And in this last game of the series, we were talking about, we wouldn't know if they really had what to match up against them. But before we get into trying to uplift the spirits of Falcon, we got to talk about the man that uplifted Lilgun to get them over the edge. Zara came alive on this Ling, and we talked about the potential of the pick during the draft phase, and boy, did he bring it to reality, manifesting it. 7-2-9 on the KDA, 25% damage on the Ling, and this was against all odds here, Aiko. Stay with me here. Remember, this man was losing his buff at almost every turn in the early game, and still, somehow, was the most impactful player on this team to close out the series.
I mean, that's what happens in the micro plays of you just deciding to give up the buffs and try to take stuff elsewhere, and that's what the Ling can do. Looking at the championship roster here, Forbid, Ethan, Baybex, Zara, and Aizen here. Team Lilgun, the champions of this tournament. Just phenomenal work. The grit that it took to make it all the way here and to be a pretty brand new team in the esports area for MLBB.
One of their first titles here, first international title And look at this, ladies and gentlemen, the playoff brackets. You got to see the little bit of the action, but you don't know the story that got us here. Look at where they came from. You can see from quarterfinals, X versus Fireflux Impunity. Team Lilgun awaited one of the victors from that, and they took down Fireflux in a 2-1 fashion in semifinals to lead them today to face off against Falcon Esports, who had been a dominating team in this event, mind you, and not just in this event, but multiple events at the world stage. And they took them down 3-1. It was undoubtedly a deserving win here. They fought hard, and they fought against one of the strongest teams you could imagine to deal with at this level. And they made it look, dare I say, a little easy.
Savage. No. Savage! Again, Falcon, they tried their best. I thought they were trying for a different strategy into that last game, but I have to say, I mean, they gave it their all, but Team Lilgun, they were in the trenches, being aggressive. Even though Falcon showed that they were trying to be the aggressors, Lilgun was able to turn the time. As well, guys, this is our goodbyes. I'm G the Aiko here. Again, a fantastic. I appreciate coming out to the grand finals, the cast. Again, with my buddy here, iNQuirky. Any last words?
It was an honor, guys. Big shout out to all of you. Thank you for being here. And there will be a little bit of an end credit here to wrap up this show. Big shout out to production. Big shout out to Siberia Studio. Thanks for having us. Thanks for sticking alongside with us. It was a pleasure. And I hope you all enjoy the rest of your day and keep thinking about this series. Until next time.
And we'll see you next time. Enjoy the end credits.
Or us. A little longer.
Hey. We're always...
Амстердам.